and Technology Committee. We're going to call the roll, and then we're going to suspend for just a moment. But those members here who are present, please signify by answering the roll call. Okay, and we'll be at ease for just a moment. Do we have a quorum? We have a quorum, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Members, if I can have your attention. Members, committee members, if you could suspend members so I can have your attention. I just want to be clear that if you have a amendment in the nature of substitute or amendments for council, you can't just give them to her minutes before the meeting. They need to be given to her ideally days before the meeting, certainly the day before. So if people could do us that courtesy, that'll help the committee proceed quicker. And Joanne is a miracle worker, but not a total meter. Can only do what time allows. We have a number of bills to be heard today, but I have 3 bills that have been asked to go by for the week, and those include SB 340, SB 302, and SB 680. So if I could have a motion that those 3 go by.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of taking those 3 bills by for the week, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. We also have Senate Bill 597 from Senator McPike on affordable housing local zoning ordinance authority. And I would entertain a motion to re-refer that to local government.
So moved. Second.
Okay. All in favor of sending, is that a recorded vote, Eric? That'll be recorded votes on re-referring SB 597 to local government. Okay.
Ayes 14, no 0.
Okay, that bill is re-referred. We have a sign-up list, and I'll remind folks of our electronic participation policy. If people signed up 30 minutes in advance of the meeting to participate electronically, they can testify virtually, but only in full committee. And participants must be Virginians or recognized subject matter experts, and they must state who they are, the jurisdiction they reside in, and whether they're representing a group when they present their comments. And further, they must be physically present in the virtual space with their camera on. So with that said, I believe our first bill is from Senator McDougall. Senator McDougall, is he present? Okay, we'll wait for him while we ask Senator Durant. Okay, next up is Senator McGuire. And I want to preface with okay, so regarding this is one of the substitutes that we just got for Senate Bill 222. There's hard copies being distributed that we can adopt in concept because it hasn't been through editing or through legislative services. This is the bill dealing with VITA and state agencies. Is that right? Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the substitute in concept?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so now before us is a revision to Senate Bill 222. Senator, why don't you tell us about it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a germane bill. It's just a smaller, thinner version where we got stakeholders on board. So Senate Bill 222 is our cybersecurity bill. Currently, across all bodies in Virginia government, there's a wide range of security measures taken, and some of these are less effective than others. I think we all know that cybersecurity and problems like that are just causing lots of problems in our Commonwealth and across our country. As we move into an age with increased security threats, it's important that we don't leave a weak link in our system. The original purpose of the bill was to bolster security requirements among the state government, put us all on the same sheet of music, but it's clear that we need more time to come to a consensus on the best way to do so. This substituted bill is a much shorter version and will not change any law regarding the duties of VITA. This bill will bolster the confidentiality of cybersecurity information that is shared with VITA. Local shareholders have asked VITA for this protection, and we've either met with or spoke with VACO, Insurance for Local Government, and VML. Although they expressed concerns with the previous version of the bill, independent agencies and higher ed institutions have no concerns with this substitute. And thank you for letting me present the bill, and I hope that you guys will vote yes, and we have some folks that might speak to the bill at the appropriate time.
Okay. This is the first I'm seeing of the substitute. How does it differ from the other bill? Does it still supersede other laws to require state agencies to comply with VITA's security policies and standards?
I would like to have VITA speak to that, but what I would say is we really pretty much only cap the confidentiality portion of the bill. But I'd rather have VITA be more accurate on that.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Joshua Hesslinga, VITA's Director of Legal and Legislative Services. To answer your question, no, this bill does not impose any new cybersecurity requirements in the narrower substituted form. What we have presently is under the law that this body passed in 2022 for incident reporting, there is information, state and local, that is shared with VITA. And then also under some other things, such as the cybersecurity grant program, there is cybersecurity information that's shared with VITA. And wherever that happens under existing law or voluntarily, we want to make sure that it's fully protected. And so back in 2022 in the incident reporting work group, where we were working with VACO and VML and the insurance groups, that's where we were working with them on what increased confidentiality language would look like. It was a secondary piece of the original bill. It is now the only piece of the bill. And again, its only purpose is to make sure that any cybersecurity information that is shared with VITA stays confidential.
Okay. So this is a pretty different bill that just deals with FOIA or security information?
It is all of the main objective of the original bill of changing requirements or applying things throughout state government. That is all gone. The language that's before you was in the original bill. It was just a smaller secondary piece, and now it is the only piece.
Senator, can I ask you, since this is so vastly different, can I ask you if this was to be amended to restore the original bill, what would your position be? I mean, is your intention to maintain this bill with the subject matter that's encompassed in this substitute that we're just receiving now?
Mr. Chair, if I understand you correctly, my intention would be to leave it this way because we met with so many stakeholders. This is the consensus we came up with.
Okay. We're just getting this for the first time, and we don't even have it through editing yet. I'm going to suggest that we've adopted the amendment in nature of substitute and concept, suggest that we take a bye for the week so that we can get a little bit more time to digest it. Okay, all in favor of taking this bye for the week will signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so this will remain in the committee and will be dealt with at our next meeting. Thank you. And if there are stakeholders who still have concerns, you should make them known to me and members of the committee, please. Thank you. Okay. Then you had another bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And members of the committee, I'm introducing Senate Bill 604 to stop the anti-Israel boycott.
Yeah, and before we begin our debate, I just want to be real clear. We don't normally take up foreign policy legislation in the Senate, and I want this debate to be, the discussion, to be respectful and for those in the audience to recognize that we're not going to be able to solve all of the world's foreign policy challenges today. Because we deal with procurement, we're going to deal with this from a procurement point of view, and we will take very limited public testimony, but we need people to be respectful. We're not going to have any clapping or booing or hissing during the hearing. With that, why don't you go ahead and present the bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and certainly this is an issue I've identified in some of our state universities. All right, I'm introducing Senate Bill 604 to stop the anti-Israel boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement from receiving Virginia taxpayer dollars. According to the Jerusalem Post, at least 37 states in the United States have enacted anti-BDS policies similar to these, and Virginia should join them. If you were to replace the term Jewish people with Hispanic people, black people, or white people, I think people would see how discriminatory this language is. Boycott, divestment, and sanctions are an active attempt by anti-Semites to cripple the United States' greatest ally, Israel, and the Jewish people. Many supporters of these actions hold abhorrent beliefs that the Israeli people should not exist and call for their extinction from the river to the sea. I'm a strong, passionate supporter of Israel and its right to exist and defend itself, both in my private and public life. It's been appalling and shocking to see how many people disagree with the fundamental right of Israel and Jews to safely exist. And I introduced this legislation so Virginia can take action. Let me address one false argument. Opponents of this bill are making this bill absolutely does not violate the First Amendment right of free speech. This bill stops our tax money from getting spent on enemies of the Jewish state and the Jewish people. We make spending decisions on priorities all the time, and this bill is a reflection of what I believe our priorities should be. When the Commonwealth of Virginia chooses to do business with companies who are boycotting our strongest allies, it is endorsing their viewpoint. So let's stand with the majority of the states in this country and confront the anti-Israel BDS movement, and I hope you guys will join me in supporting this effort.
Do you have a list of state universities currently boycotting Israel?
I can get you that list.
So you're saying there are Virginia state universities that are boycotting Israel right now as their official policy?
Unless that has changed in the last couple of months, I have seen that, yes.
Not efforts of students to protest, but...
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in the procurement language of who the school can do business with.
Okay, thank you. But you don't have that with you today?
I don't.
Okay. We're going to take just 2 minutes of testimony from proponents and opponents of this bill. Please be respectful and keep your comments to this legislation. First, those who, it would be helpful to know you're going to share the time. So those who are for this bill should come forward, and you're going to have 2 minutes in total. So you might want to designate a spokesperson who's going to, try and share the time judiciously. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rob Slotnick. I sit on the board of the Jewish Community Federation of Richmond and chair its Jewish Community Relations Committee. We are the Jewish community's primary community relations voice and policy advocate. On behalf of the Jewish community, we support this bill. In essence, entities that want to do business with Virginia would be free to be as critical of Israel as they want. What they should not be allowed to do, however, is actively discriminate against Israeli citizens or businesses and still be awarded a state contract. Boycotting Israel is an international campaign better known as the BDS movement, which aims at delegitimizing and pressuring Israel through the diplomatic, economic, and academic isolation of Israeli citizens, and increasingly Jews who support Israel's right to exist. The BDS movement uses divisive and inaccurate terms like apartheid, genocide, and settler colonist to refer to aspects of Israeli action or policies they criticize. BDS is effectively rejecting the Jewish people's right of self-determination, which, if implemented, would result in the eradication of the world's only Jewish state. BDS's policies, actions, and rhetoric are anti-Semitic. Virginia has a robust history.
I would just remind you, you've got 40 seconds left to share with all the people in support of the bill if there are others who wanted to speak.
Virginia has a robust history of trade and working with Israel in research, academics, and many other fields. And we in the Jewish community want to preserve that tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Gail Shikoff-Moskowitz, and I represent Hadassah, the Women's Zionist Organization of America. We have 300,000 members nationally. We believe that BDS destroys any ability for the relational advocacy that happens when we cooperate educationally and in industry. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That exhausts the time that we allotted for the proponents. Were there others waiting online to speak to this particular bill in support?
There are no speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And now the opponents of this legislation also have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. I am Nancy Ween, also a member of the Richmond Jewish community. The Richmond Federation does not speak for all Jews. There are many of us who have different points of view. As a member of that community, I feel it is my duty, my obligation, a central pillar of Jewish ethical tradition to speak out against violations of Palestinian human rights. SB 604, if adopted, would violate the First Amendment rights of Virginians who contract with the state to use time-honored tradition of boycotts to call out Israel for its massive human rights abuses. And I'm going to turn it over to my Palestinian sister to complete this.
Thank you.
Vote no.
Thank you. After 3 failed attempts over the past years at passing this unconstitutional prohibition of boycott of Israel bill, which we know is encouraged and essentially sponsored by the Israeli regime, it is yet again being brought up for consideration. Not only should it be extremely concerning that our constitutional rights are under attack, but also that our rights are being compromised to attempt to benefit the interest of a foreign government at the expense of Virginians and Palestinians. If asking Virginians to take what amounts to a loyalty oath to a foreign government isn't bad enough, this foreign regime is currently indiscriminately bombing the Gaza Strip, using starvation as a weapon of war, displacing millions of Palestinians, and is under investigation for genocide, both at the ICJ and their officials at the ICC. I will give some space for others to testify. Please vote no on this unconstitutional bill. Thank you.
Give other people space. My name is Stephanie. I'm with Virginia Student Power Network, a grassroots organization that represents students throughout the state of Virginia, and we say vote no.
I'm Melissa Newweiser from Arlington, human rights advocate with the Virginia Coalition for Human Rights and Unitarian Universalists for the Middle East, peace in the Middle East. As a matter of conscience, I deeply oppose this bill and ask you to vote no. It is a violation of our First Amendment rights, as you have heard. Boycott is the oldest form of protest. I haven't, oh, excuse me, thank you. Just would like for him to speak.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is William Walls. I'm from Arlington, Virginia, retired Foreign Service officer. I am absolutely opposed to SB 604 based on human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for the patron. Mr. Chairman, I would ask the patron, is the bill an agency bill or otherwise endorsed by the administration?
I couldn't hear.
She asked if the bill was endorsed by the administration.
This is a bill introduced by me, not the administration.
Okay. So this is not an agency bill, Mr. Chairman?
Correct.
Okay. Follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rum.
Mr. Chair, I would ask in this case that given the Qatari government's stake in Monumental, whether this bill would run in conflict with the administration's proposal for the arena in Alexandria?
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Reeves, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for council. We've been doing procurement a long time, and in consultation with my seatmate, I know we have procurement restrictions with the federal definitions of some of these states, terrorist states. Do we have anywhere else in the code where we regulate specifically like this that aren't on the terrorist list?
Mr. Chair, Senator Reeves, I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator McPike has a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd move that we pass by indefinitely. I mean, obviously by this testimony, it's laid out foreign policy arguments before this committee, which is not really properly before the committee. We do not take foreign policy actions up in the Senate, and therefore move to PBI.
Okay, is there a second? And there's a second to that motion. Before we vote, I just want to express that some of us, including myself, are voting against this legislation. That does not mean that we agree with the sentiments on one side or another, rather that I'm voting against the legislation out of deference to the Senate's longstanding practice and policy not to legislate foreign policy here in Richmond. And with that, we'll open the vote. The motion was to PBI.
Ayes 9, no 6.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Okay. And then is Senator, what was the senator who was asking if he was in the queue? Okay. Senator McDougall, did you want to go ahead now? We have you in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was next door and came across as soon as I heard. This is Senate Bill 252. And, Mr. Chairman, I know that this title of the code has been opened a couple times, but this is a very limited provision, but I think important, and all it does is adds an item that consumers have to be able to have in order to establish their privacy. So it's really the system that you see with most European web pages, in that you have to have the option to be able to say you only want to receive the strictly necessary cookies on a web page, and all the other items you can opt out of. So it's something that's clearly in the stream of commerce that a lot of sites can do voluntarily. This would just make sure that those privacy rights of individuals can be protected, because they have the ability for websites that are hosted here to have that. I know not everybody universally loves that, because then they're not able to possess or sell that data, but this is just a straight policy decision, and it's one that most companies are doing in part of their businesses in part of the world.
And if I could ask, Senator, a lot of these internet policies are federal in nature. You feel that this is appropriate to have as many as 50 different state policies on cookies rather than a federal policy?
Mr. Chairman, I would say certainly if there's a universal policy, that would be great, but we don't have the ability to control that, and as the chairman is well aware, federal policy tends to take a long time, and I think Virginians shouldn't have to wait for that. We have the ability to make sure that they can be protected and that their data could be protected. This should be a best practice that all companies should enable people to opt out if they want to.
Thank you. Are there those in attendance who are in support of this legislation who'd like to speak? We're going to keep it brief. Come forward if you'd like to speak.
Those online who wish to speak to this bill, please raise your hand now.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Dana Wiggins with the Virginia Poverty Law Center. We thank the senator for this bill. We have been a champion, and like many in this building, for consumer data protection rights, and we think this makes common sense. A lot of websites are already doing this trend. And it makes it a lot easier. Anything that makes it easier for the consumer to have what their actual wishes are is beneficial, to make it streamlined so they can just use their website the way that they wish. So we thank the senator and support the bill.
Thank you. Were there those online who wanted to express their support for this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have one speaker, Kara Bender. Please unmute your mic and ensure your camera's on.
Thank you.
I'm actually speaking in opposition to this bill, so if I need to wait, that's fine.
Okay, well, if we've got folks who are opposed in the room who wanted to express their opposition to the bill, please come forward.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Eric Link speaking on behalf of the Northern Virginia Technology Council. This bill would be a significant change in Virginia law, imposing a significant number of new requirements on companies that operate websites in Virginia. Additionally, some of the language is a little vague and would be challenging to enforce. As an example, How would a company determine what is strictly necessary data that could be used? We ask that you allow JCOTS to review this bill and the numerous other bills that address multiple areas of the Consumer Data Protection Act. These are significant issues, and it's important to implement any new changes in this area in a considered and deliberate manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think there was someone waiting online to speak against this bill. Let's hear from them, then we'll get members of the committee involved.
Kara Bender, you may unmute your mic, give your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kara Bunder, and I'm State Policy Director at the Computer and Communications Industry Association, also known as CCIA. CCIA is an international not-for-profit trade association representing a broad cross-section of communications and technology firms. On behalf of the CCIA, I appreciate the opportunity to share several concerns with this bill. SB 252 would establish additional requirements for privacy notices to include a method for consumers to opt out of the automatic placement of a data file or cookie. CCIA's concerns regarding how the creation of a new opt-out right would work within the existing Virginia Consumer Data Protection Act, in addition to the associated compliance challenges that may create. Since the law only became effective last year, CCIA recommends pausing any further amendments to the law to allow time to examine its impacts and prevent an ever-evolving moving compliance target. SB 252 may also prevent businesses from using tools to improve services. For instance, businesses of all sizes rely on such tools for analytics purposes, like the number of unique site visitors. These businesses also use such tools to improve their sites and services, such as being able to remember a specific user and personalizing experience settings, such as the number of items they want displayed on a page. We also have concerns that SB 252 could result in a degraded user experience. This would likely occur because of the constant pop-ups to indicate preferences, which I think we are also already seeing from some of the rules that have been put in place from the EU, and that could result in consent fatigue by users, which would minimize the protections that this would intend to provide. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
And thank you for your letter. The committee is in receipt of your more comprehensive letter of opposition. We've got in the queue Senator Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a question for the patron.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would ask the patron this. So number one, I'm actually really sympathetic to what the patron's trying to do, especially if you go to other countries abroad, you'll see a lot more stringent restrictions. At the same time, Mr. Chair, you and I think a number of other members in this body served on JCOTS before, and I just want to see if the patron has any objection to JCOTS having a look at this, because I think we're going to have a few bills that might end up there. And with the idea being that instead of just burying it for study, that we can actually get a recommendation from JCOTS and then come back and hopefully before the filing deadline for next year, so that we actually have a bill that's in posture that's had that review. Would the senator find that to be amenable?
Mr. Chairman, thank the senator. I would say some of the testimony you just heard was that these websites want to remember who you are, and they want to analyze your data, and they want to use that to track you across other websites. That's exactly what Virginians should be able to decide, whether they want to be tracked, whether they want a company to remember who they are when they go to look at it. I would tell the senator, I think that this is an important topic, and certainly would ask if this is going to be sent to JCOTS, that this be carried over for the year for us to do that instead of pass by. I would also say I know that JCOTS has looked at topics around this over time. This is something we need to act on sooner rather than later. This can't be something that goes to JCOTS and no recommendation comes out. We need to act because Virginians' privacy is being lost each and every day we don't.
Thank you, Senator McDougall. I will say that there are as many as 8 technology bills that would impose significant requirements on companies that operate websites in Virginia. They don't all, some of them are different. There's a few that overlap. I think yours is a little bit unique. But,
Mr. Chairman, none of them are quite as good as this one.
Well, we'll see. But I think these need to be looked at comprehensively, and it wouldn't be my intention to PBI it, but rather I serve on JCOTS. I'd like to see that they all get some more thorough analysis than we might give it in this compacted hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly understand the time constraints that we have here. I do think that, all joking aside, this one is a little more focused and specific. I try not to open it up, try to do something that the industry knows how to do. They have the technology, they have the resources to do it. We just have to have it done in Virginia for Virginians. So appreciate the ability to keep the ball moving down the field and for us to get this done.
Thank you, Senator. Is there more discussion or a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Roman.
Speaking to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, just speaking to the bill on that one, I would hope that if we do make the recommendation to continue to 2025 and we send to JCOTS, that we can affirm some sort of deadline to make sure it comes back in October or whatever study is completed by then, just so that there could be legislation created by that point.
If it is the will of the committee to send it to JCOTS, I'd be happy to send a letter and request that we receive it by, say, November 1st or an appropriate deadline that would allow for legislation to be filed or refiled next year. Is there a motion or other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make that motion.
Okay, so from Senator Reeves, I hear a motion to carry the bill over with a letter to JCOTS asking for a reply before, say, November 1st, 2024.
Second.
And a second. Unless there's further discussion, the clerk will open the roll.
Ayes 15, no 0.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator Roman, thank you.
Okay, and then is Senator Durant here, or if not, we'll go to Senator Mulcahy. Hi, Senator. Which is your bill?
Senate Bill 704. You ready?
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I don't think I'm going to have a lot of opposition to this, but I would thank you for letting me present the bill. Considering I have 40 Senate co-patrons, 39 including myself, and 64 delegates signed on to the companion bill in the House. This is a very important bill to me, something that I'm honored to introduce. Means a very personal meaning to me, but the bill would rename the existing Center for Rural Virginia to the Senator Frank M. Ruff Jr. Center for Rural Virginia in honor of retired Senator Frank Ruff and his advocacy. I'm sorry, I'm going to try to keep it together here. And his advocacy and accomplishments supporting the center. The creation of the center was recommendation of the Rural Prosperity Commission created by the General Assembly. The goal of the commission was prosperity for all Virginians, and the commission's final report features specific policy recommendations, including the creation of the center to address the obstacles and capitalize on the many opportunities of rural Virginia. The Center for Rural Virginia works for federal, state, and local policymakers as well as private sector stakeholders to improve economic opportunities and preserve the quality of life throughout rural Virginia. Senator Frank Ruff is a founding member of the center and had been a steadfast champion of the center, personally advocating for its funding and growth to better and more completely serve rural Virginia. Renaming the center the Frank Ruff Center for Rural Virginia is an honor that properly recognizes Senator Ruff's tireless contributions to the center and the betterment of rural Virginia. And we all know how much work Senator Ruff did for my area of the state and for all of Virginia, and how important his many years here in this body was to rural Virginia, and how hard he worked and what a honorable human being he was. And I'm just honored to be here filling his seat, and I will never fill his shoes, but I will do my best to work hard here in the General Assembly. And
Thank you.
Ask that you please support this legislation.
Thank you. It seems an appropriate tribute to Senator Ruff. And with 40 co-patrons, my only question is, what is the House doing wrong that they only have 70 or 64? We have to get them in line. Are there any questions about this legislation that we're all co-sponsoring?
Move to report.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to report 684, and that needs to. I'm sorry.
704.
704, I'm sorry. Senate Bill 704. So if the clerk could open the roll. No.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Ruff might shrug about this, but I hope you'd be proud of it.
Thank you.
Proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next in the queue, is Senator Stewart in the room? Okay. Senator Hackworth, you want to come forward?
It's hard to see him on the front row.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Senate Bill 560. And first of all, let me tell you what this bill does not do. This does not repeal the lead renovation, repair, and painting program, leaving all Virginians vulnerable to lead. I am not pro-lead, I want to say that. So currently there is a federal program that's administered by the EPA, and the EPA currently administers the RRP program in Virginia. Over the past 4 bipartisan governors' administrations, the Virginia-led RRP program has never been administered and has not proceeded through the regulatory process. Having the feds and Virginia administer these programs together would create a large physical impact on Virginia. And of course, the CDC data shows that EPA-administered state-led programs produce lower lead exposure in children than states that administer their own RRP program. So once we repeal this unused state law, the federal EPA will continue to administer this program in Virginia. And so with that being said, I do have some experts in the room that may answer any questions, but I think it's straightforward. Virginia was going to administer a program. They failed to administer a program through 4 administrations. The EPA administers that program, does a better job. And so we would ask that we would just repeal this and pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. Are there those who would like to come forward in support of the bill or for further comment?
Those online who wish to speak for this bill, please raise your hand now.
Welcome.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Steve Kirshner. I am the Deputy Director over Licensing and Regulatory Programs at DPOR. We'd like to thank the Senator for supporting this agency bill. If you all have any questions, you can please let me know.
My only question would be, were there any stakeholders that you've engaged with on this who were in opposition? Or have you heard of any opposition? I've not.
Yes, after the bill was published, we did hear from the Virginia Trial Lawyers Association, and they had some initial opposition. When I spoke with one of their members, they'd indicated they were going to withdraw that opposition.
Okay. Are there those in the room, others who wanted to speak in opposition? Oh, in support? Why don't you come forward and identify yourself then?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Erin Corman with the Realtors. We do have a lot of members that fall under the federal RRP program that are doing lead-based paint renovations, and we do support the bill. Thank you.
Okay. Are there members of the committee with questions or motions?
We have questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's in the queue, Senator McPike, you had a question?
Yeah, I just had a question for the expert and for the administration in terms of how someone finds information on contractors, if there's any issues, how that's done today, how this would change anything, just for those watching.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator, currently the way that someone who might have a concern with a contractor who is doing this, what we call RRP type work, which is renovating homes that are older than 1978, they can actually complain to the EPA. They've got an online form on their website that's fairly straightforward, and the EPA has some regimented processes by which they process that complaint. So that system would remain in place. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or motions from members of the committee? There's a motion to report and a second to report SB 560. The clerk will please open the roll.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Thank you, Senator Hackworth. Is that do you have another bill or is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Okay, in the queue, we've got Durant, Stewart, and Perry. Are any of them in the room? I see, next I've got Senator Pekarsky. Senator Pekarsky, please come forward.
I do have an amendment. I believe it's already online, though. Sorry, substitute. Yeah.
Substitute be agreed to.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for an amendment in the nature of a substitute to be adopted. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so why don't you explain your substitute? Let me ask, before you do that, Eric, if there are people who want to present a bill, do they need to see you to get in the queue? What should they do to sign up? I think Senator Suderland's in the room. There's a sign up near the page? Okay, great, thank you. Senator Pekarsky.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator McPike.
If I could just add, Mr. Chairman, that DLS is currently down, so you'll have to explain the substitute and exactly what it does with the committee, because the committee does not have that information right now.
Okay, I just printed it, so you all should have that. The substitute just went through and actually defined what mandatory fees are, so there's a common understanding because that was not done anywhere else in the code. And then it also added some provisions because certain industries are already regulated in very specifically and in great detail throughout the code, and it just added some disclaimers on that so that people were very clear as to who this pertains to. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I'm pleased to present to you today SB 388, legislation that makes our economy more fair, more competitive, and more affordable for our constituents. What this bill does is very simple. It requires transparency in transactions to hardworking Virginians. This bill is good for business because it builds trust with consumers, and trust is what ultimately builds a customer base. As a former business owner, I can attest that this is most definitely good business. This language is in addition to the Consumer Protection Act, which already regulates many businesses in our Commonwealth. And the objective of this is to ensure that any industries that are not already regulated by the CPA will do so now. Mandatory fees or charges include any fee or surcharge that must be paid in order to purchase the good or service being advertised, any fee or surcharge that is not reasonably avoidable, and any fee or surcharge for any good or service that a reasonable consumer would expect to be included for the purchase of that good or service that is advertised. And to clarify, a mandatory fee is not shipping fees, taxes, or fees imposed by a government or government-approved entity. I'm sure we're all familiar with these fees. They're most commonly seen in hospitality, rental cars, and entertainment. In fact, we've probably all experienced them ourselves. You're going to book a hotel room online. It's advertised at $200 a night. You pick your room and your dates. You enter your personal information and credit card number, only to go to the checkout and find that your total cost at checkout is $300 because of surprise fees that add nothing more of value to your total purchase. These fees are incredibly detrimental to hardworking Virginians and to our economy. The average family of four spends more than $3,200 per year in unnecessary fees. Studies have shown that consumers faced with these hidden fees can pay upward of 20% more than they would have if the actual price were disclosed up front. Fees such as these especially harm consumers who may not be as proficient in English. Our lower income Virginians, Virginians of color, and Virginians whose first language is not English. I've shared the why of this bill, and now let me briefly explain to you the how. Under this bill, a business can still charge whatever it wants or needs for good, or service, but they will need to disclose that total full price upfront when advertised, not when the consumer is knee-deep into the transaction and almost ready to complete it. This bill only applies to mandatory fees. For example, charging for parking at a hotel is not a mandatory fee because you do not need to pay for hotel parking in order to stay in a hotel. But if you had to pay a service charge in order to reserve your room and you receive no extra fee or benefit for that charge, then it's an extra junk fee and it must be disclosed as part of your total price up front. You may hear opposition that says that this bill will put Virginia's economy at a competitive disadvantage to other states. Since the Biden administration first began advancing this work at the federal level in the fall of 2022, we've seen states move fast on this type of legislation, with a few already banning undisclosed fees and more than 12 states considering the same exact legislation this year, at the exact same time that the Federal Trade Commission is advancing a federal rule to ban junk fees. And as we've seen other states like North Carolina and Idaho move forward to remove these fees as well. This bill is about fairness, making sure that we don't put responsible businesses that do advertise their full prices up front at a competitive disadvantage to those businesses who are looking to be less than transparent at the beginning of a transaction. In closing, this bill is about unlocking the power of the free market, giving consumers the freedom to shop around and compare the actual price of a good or service so they can choose what they can afford and know what value they're getting for that price. I'm happy to answer questions, but I know there are some experts online and in the room who would like to speak and maybe could clarify some of the questions that could arise.
Before we take testimony, I had a question or two about the substitute. You mentioned that shipping fees are not mandatory fees. So is it somewhere in this substitute, does it indicate if I bought a good on Amazon where it has to be delivered to me that would not have to be included?
Sorry, say that again?
Oh, it says does not, I'm sorry, I'm just seeing now does not include shipping fees on line 221. I'm just reviewing the substitute. And then you reference like a hotel as an example of something where you could get surprise fees. What kind of fees might they tack on a $200 hotel room to escalate it?
So sometimes we'll see fees such as cleaning fees that come after the fact. Those fees, because they're mandatory, you have to pay these fees to actually get the hotel room. They have to be disclosed right up front, part of the total fee. That's a mandatory fee. But, parking, that's not. That's one of the a la carte menu options. So a mandatory fee is anything at the end of the day that if you don't pay, you would not receive that fee or that service.
I see. Okay, and you have proponents who've worked with you on the bill or supporting the bill?
Yes, and actually I want to thank many stakeholders who came forward, brought some concerns to us, and we've been able to work with quite a few industries who are already heavily regulated in other parts of the code to make sure that this is as transparent a bill as possible. So
thank you. Okay, why don't we see how many people in the room here are here to speak in favor of this bill, if you want to line up at the mic.
Those online who wish to speak in favor of this bill, please raise your hand now.
Okay. Are there any online too? Maybe we can, okay, maybe we can keep it to 3 minutes aside, if that's okay.
Yeah. Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman and members of members of the committee, my name is Rena Hicks. I am the Executive Director of Freedom Virginia, an advocacy organization dedicated to lowering the cost of living for Virginians. We strongly support Senate Bill 388 and thank Senator Pekarsky for championing this consumer protection policy. Economic research on junk fees has consistently shown that junk fees and deceptive pricing tactics undermine the very competitive process of the market. It's bad for all of us and puts responsible businesses that are upfront and honest about the pricing of their products or services at a competitive disadvantage. This will help hardworking families across the Commonwealth accurately budget in an economy that is facing inflation, record corporate profits, and higher cost of goods and services. There may be a lot of scenarios brought up in opposition testimony, But it's important to note that this bill is brought on purpose to protect consumers across the economy, and existing law 1 provides protection for any unintentional violations of the Consumer Protection Act, and 2 designates the Attorney General office to provide clarifying guidance if there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jay Spear with the Virginia Poverty Law Center, and we agree with the previous comments. These kinds of fees impact lower income people the most because they can the least afford them, and that's where our interest is. I thank the senator. She talked to a whole lot of folks who had concerns, tried to address all those concerns. A lot of people wanted to be exempt, but she didn't think that made sense because if you exempt one industry, then you have to exempt everybody. And so I think you may hear some nitpicking about some of the what about this, what about that, but I think this is a process, and I think we all know that this is a problem in our economy, and we should move. I ask you to move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have someone waiting online to testify in support.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Aaron Witt, please turn your camera on and unmute your mic. Aaron Witt, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Thank you. My name is Erin Whitty. I'm the Director of Consumer Protection for Consumer Federation of America, a national nonprofit policy organization. I'm also a Virginia licensed attorney, as I have been for the past 13 years. I'm currently a resident of New Jersey, but I've been working on junk fees legislation at the state and federal level for at least the past 2 years. Prior to coming to CFA, I was also at the Virginia AG's office where I enforced the VCPA, which this bill proposes to amend. We support this legislation. Junk fees is a scourge that too many consumers have to deal with. And what this bill would do is put consumers on level footing with businesses. Consumers should know how much the price of the good is when they're going to purchase it. You are probably going to hear lots of reasons why one industry practice shouldn't be subject to this or another, but keep in mind that all that does is prove exactly why we need this bill. We need clarification, we need transparency, and industries need to be operating on the same playing field so that they can honestly compete with each other and provide real prices to Virginia consumers. This is an opportunity to make Virginia a place where people want to shop, not where people feel like they're going into battle when they are searching for a good or service. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. If you could remain online in case there are questions after we hear from the other side. And now those in opposition to this legislation, please come forward. And if you're online, please raise your hand if you're waiting to speak in opposition. Welcome.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Brenner with Reed Smith on behalf of the Virginia Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank the patron for taking the time to meet with us and hear our concerns about this legislation, and I understand she has tried to address a number of those concerns. Our concerns still remain, and I'll name a couple. As drafted, this bill would not allow a store to advertise or display a sale or a discount without also listing the total price. I think that's been there's been an endeavor to address that on line 227 and 228 that allows the retailer to reduce the price. That means you can reduce the price if you were listing, say, this shirt is $4. What I'm saying is if you were having a 20% off Labor Day sale, you would still have to display the total price, which is on line 216, with your 20% off sale. So I would have to list all of the prices for every item in my store if I'm having a 20% off Labor Day sale. I also would say there are a number of exemptions and exclusions in this draft, and I am not sure how to read those together with the existing exclusions from the Virginia Consumer Protection Act. I think that creates a level of ambiguity. Finally, I'll oppose on the basis of unintended consequences. I think perhaps we've tried to address the concerns that have been raised in the last 2 weeks since the bill has been docketed. I am sure there are additional unintended consequences that will be raised after today for those that may not be represented in this building. Hope we can continue a conversation about fee transparency. I understand that we're trying to list the total price up front. I think this might be too broad and will bring in some unintended consequences. If we were targeting a specific industry, like the legislation in other states or at the federal level that's been mentioned, legislation in other states has targeted specific industries, specific prices, specific issues where there are fees and surcharges added later, and we want to protect those consumers. That would be a different bill and perhaps different testimony on my part.
Senator McPike.
Sorry, can I do a follow-up, Mr. Chair? You stated that the sale, if I had a 20% off sale, it would not be covered by lines 227. That the way I read it is, Mr. Chair, if I'm advertising, the total price is exempt because you're reducing what you're advertising. So if I have something for $100 under this title as written in the substitute, it's exempt.
So what, Mr. Chairman, Senator McPike, yes, I agree that if you are listing, I am selling widget Y for $100, you are therefore not prohibited from reducing that price. What I'm saying is reading that together with the mandate on lines 215 and 216, if you offer, advertise, or display any pricing information for a good or service, such as a 20% off Labor Day sale, you must still disclose the total price of the item that that applies to, which could be the entire inventory of your store.
Follow, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator McPike.
In plain English, it says it shall not be a violation of this subsection for any, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the exact example that we just went through. So the way I read it, Mr. Chairman, is that it covers the concerns that are being expressed here today.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McPike, I think we're talking about two different things. What line 227 is that you can reduce the total price that was advertised. In that scenario, you have to be advertising a total price, which is $100 for a widget. You can then reduce that price. If your ad was $100 for a widget and I come check out, you can say, surprise, this is $80. What you can't do, or what you are required to do under this bill, is to say the whole store is 20% off, period. You would have to include the total price for every item in your store. If you are upfront offering pricing information, you must also include the total price for every item that that offer applies to.
Thank you. Okay. Well, just come forward and be mindful that there's other folks speaking as well.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jody Roth on behalf of Virginia Retail Federation. We have some strong concerns about this legislation based on all the information that Ms. Brenner just laid out. We do appreciate the senator working with some of my lobbyists to try to tighten the language up, but I do still feel that there could be some unintended consequences that my members could get wrapped up in. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Alon Sean Colms. I'm Director of State and Local Public Policy for Chamber of Progress, which is a left-of-center tech trade association. We have a number of tech companies in our association like Uber or Lyft, but our members don't get a vote or a veto over our positions. We are actually largely supportive of this bill. We're largely supportive of the effort to eliminate deceptive fees, especially in industries like the hotel, ticketing, and airline industries. However, we are concerned with some of the lines, specifically line 74, and how that might affect dynamic pricing. I imagine if any of you have used Uber or Lyft, you might switch between the two apps in order to compare prices, and we worry that the language is a little vague and could make it confusing for these services to implement dynamic pricing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reeves.
Question for the patron. Were they all part of your work group? Everybody's testifying right now?
Some people were. Anybody who came through was. I will say this does not have anything to do with dynamic pricing because, Uber pricing, you still show the total price for each. It's a different, service. If you want this type of car, this is what you pay. You want that type of car, that's what you pay. I do have some replies to some of the other concerns, and I know Aaron does as well, but I want to let
Thank you, Mr.
folks
Chairman.
kind of have their time.
Okay, let's hear from the other opponents first. Please come forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Patrick Cushing on behalf of the Society of CPAs. I think we fall mainly in the bucket of watching out for unintended consequences, don't have concerns with the underlying intent of the bill, and I've talked to the senator about that. The example in the professional services world that I would give for CPAs is you advertise a fixed price or an hourly fee for a tax return, and then in the process of doing that, mostly under contract. You find an expansive scope that was not disclosed at the outset. So we just want to work with the senator if this moves through the process to make sure that we don't have any unintended consequences that impact those types of scenarios for CPAs.
Let me ask you a question, just a CPA question. If you were to advertise tax preparation $200 for a Virginia return, but then you have to fill out Schedule F or Schedule G, what would this bill do?
Yeah, so I mean, I think what we would look for is in that scenario where you advertise a fixed fee for a tax return and then you discover that this client, so we're talking about business to consumer here, not business to business, that potential client has unpaid taxes and a number of history on their tax issues, and you say, look, I'm sorry, it's not going to be $200. When we got into this, we realized that this is going to be about $2,000 worth of work. I don't think this bill is intended to cover those scenarios, and we talked about that, but we just want to make sure we find the language that makes sure that that's not covered, because in that case, the scope and the depth of the work that was required by the CPA was not known at the time that the individual came to the CPA. The individual may not have disclosed a past tax history that would have been required to properly scope out that work.
Before I go to Senator Van Valkenburg, I just want to ask, so if you were to, if this bill were to pass with the current wording and the substitute, would that impact you? Would you be opposed to it then, or?
I just looked at the substitute as it was handed out, and I still think we may have issues.
Okay.
But I'm happy to have somebody correct me on that.
Let me turn the questions over to Senator Van Valkenburg for a moment.
Mr. Chair's question for Patrick. But wouldn't if you did the $200 for the basic service, and then we're like, wait a second, there's this, you're in bad shape financially here, friend. We got to do this new thing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a new thing? So like, wouldn't you just, I mean, essentially like you'd say, all right, I completed this service for $200. But now, if you want to be whole with the IRS or whoever, your maker, I don't know, you have to, here's the new bill that you would have to do. Feel free to go somewhere else if you don't like what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Maybe, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there might be a language there that if it's like a legal thing where you have to stay in it, we could get some clarifying language on that. But it would seem to me that if it's just a service that you could cut off, it would just be a new thing. Patrick, I don't know.
Mr. Chair, Senator, you're correct. So if you advertise the price, that is the price for the basic service. You know, I'm going to do your tax returns, and you just have the basic one job and whatever. But then you got into it, and you were like, oh wow, you know, you're in bankruptcy here. You haven't paid these, but this is a whole new product, new service. So this is what the price for that will be. And I'll say that some of these services that have explicit contracts, such as for legal services, do not even fit into this because there are other sections of the code. So they're exempt from this. I'm very happy to continue working if it's the will of this committee, hopefully to pass it through and then try to work with some other language. But I do believe this is covered. Our lawyers believe this is covered, but I do appreciate you working with us.
If I could pose a question to counsel. Counsel, if there was a service advertised $200 to fill out a schedule, a 1040 tax return or whatever it is, could they then just have an asterisk that said additional forms may cost extra, or would that be, can they advertise a flat rate for a tax return and then have extenuating circumstances raise the cost under this bill, or what would be needed?
Mr. Chair, I am not sure for a tax return.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and we had Mr. Cushing.
I'll just conclude another just food for thought is how are hourly fees contemplated in this? Because we have scenarios where it's worth $200 an hour to do a tax return. I don't know that that's contemplated in the Consumer Protection Act in this sense in selling a service, but just think about hourly fees and how that may be impacted and how we deal with that.
Okay, Senator Rouse.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just to comment, we're focused so much on tax returns, and it's making my head hurt But at the end of the day, I think, this is a consumer protection bill. So even if you were doing, a tax return, all of those, what you'd be charged more would be disclosed. And that's what this bill is trying to do, is say, well, if it is more work required, you have to disclose what that fee would be. So even if it's on an hourly rate, you would disclose what that hourly rate would be. And if you worked 5 hours, that would be what it is. So I just don't want to go around in circles about this consumer protection bill and what it is trying to get at about disclosing upfront fees and costs beyond just tax, whether you're at a store or whatever, but there's no hidden costs that the consumer is aware of what is, they're being asked to pay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Head's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And trying to formulate how this comes out as a question, because first of all, I want to say I really appreciate and support where you're going with this. This is a good idea, particularly when things, you pointed out in your initial presentation of the bill with things like hotel or hospitality, Verbo. My wife and I just booked a Verbo. Her brother's getting married again in Georgia. We booked a Verbo down there, and the pricing was it's just all over the map. You never know until you get to the very, very end, and then even then you don't really know, and it's very frustrating for consumers. And so I really appreciate that, but I'm very concerned about the actual bricks and mortar retail space and the potential problems that you'd have in that, because it strikes me that this became more of a problem when we went to an online economy, and I certainly see more of this as an online thing. And I'm wondering, and I don't know if we've got time to sort this out now, but I would really like to have some more limitations, maybe narrow the focus as to where this is going to apply to initially, because what I don't want us to do is do this and get it wrong. But I like where you're going, and then, so maybe some exemption from bricks and mortar retail. I'm thinking in terms of like the automotive industry. A lot of times you'll advertise a price, and it may be this price for this car, but when you get there, it's not exactly this car, and it can't be because they only had one of those in stock, and now you've got different options. And how do we? There's so many moving parts on some retail locations, and so.
Mr. Chair, I will say we did work with the automobile industry. They are very heavily regulated. They have sections of code as to how pricing has to be done. Many are doing this already. So this is really targeting those businesses that are not playing on the level playing field. And in terms of retail, putting a 20% off sale sign in your front store is totally acceptable. And I think if Aaron can talk on that, but then when you go into the, sorry, not that Aaron, that the lawyer online can speak a little bit more. But if you have a specific item that you are trying to sell, disclose to people what the price of that item or that service is. And the hourly, rates, that falls under that. For this many hours, this is what it's going to be. A lot of those professional services actually end up in contracts that you sign where other fees are disclosed, so they are not part of this or what the intention of this specific bill will do. And quite honestly, most businesses in retail already have very good practices and are very upfront. You walk into a store, and in many businesses, you'll see the signs that say, this item is $20, but with 20% off, this is the price. And they just list it. So this is really trying to get at those who aren't, because it's putting a disadvantage on the businesses that follow good, what I believe are good business practices. And we are not only hurting consumers, we're hurting oftentimes small businesses. And I'm happy to talk about the unintended consequences, but I know there's somebody waiting.
Yeah, let's finish the opposition in person and see if there's any online as well.
I'll be quick. Ross Grog with Kemper Consulting on behalf of StubHub. We are supporting all-in pricing legislation that's in the House right now. And so I think our concern is, again, back to unintended consequences, how this might jive with other things that are moving forward and how, all-in pricing generally works. So we are supportive of what you're trying to do. Just want to make sure it doesn't have any unintended consequences.
Ross, can I ask, is there anything in this bill, the substitute that was presented, that gives you heartburn in particular?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think having just looked at it while we're standing in here, I think there may be some concern about when in sort of the buying process. Again, we're mostly in an online, our platform's entirely online, at which point in that buying process you see a total price. Because there are some, different items and conditions about, how and when you buy that. So I think it may just be a timing thing, which is we spent a lot of time getting the language right in the House bill that we're working on to make sure that there's the flexibility and sort of all the stakeholders there. And so, again, this is much broader. It does not apply to just ticketing. So we'll happy to continue the conversation, but don't want something to be done unintended.
Okay, before I go to Senator von Valkenburg, I just want to ask, was there anyone online waiting to comment on this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Margaret Durkin, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Eben and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I serve as the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, which is a technology trade association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Senate Bill 388 related to mandatory fee disclosures. TechNet and its member companies are supportive of the idea of transparency in the sale of consumer goods. However, we still have a few concerns with the bill. I want to acknowledge and thank the sponsor for exempting shipping fees from mandatory fees. That is something that I included in my correspondence to them initially, so we do appreciate that change. However, in terms of dynamic pricing, a lot of our members do participate in that pricing model and believe that the bill paints a broad stroke in terms of compliance. So, for example, a lot of food delivery applications have dynamic pricing because it depends on the size of the order. So if you're perhaps ordering 2 entrees versus having a party catered and delivered, that price will change. And in that instance, it's the consumer, the platform, and a restaurant or another third party. So they're not just 2 parties here in that interaction. And we believe that platforms should retain the ability to price according to those models. Furthermore, we understand that the FTC is completing, or rather in the process of a rulemaking, and we would like to see that process finalized to avoid a patchwork of state laws. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to, if you could hang on there online, Senator von Valkenburg.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have 2 quick questions for council. The first question is, as you read this bill to the point about the sales, do you think that this bill speaks to the idea? So I'm a store owner and I sell clothes and I want to do a 25% off jeans in my store. If I put a 25% off all jeans in my store sign on the front window, and then you just have the price of the jeans, right, that are as they normally are inside, would the law prohibit that as you read it?
Senator Van Valkenburg, no, I don't believe it would.
Okay. And then second question, real quick, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Is the dynamic thing doesn't seem to speak to this bill at all, because even in dynamic pricing, you're still speaking at that moment in time to the total price. So this bill doesn't speak to dynamic pricing in your understanding of this draft.
That's correct. It does not, in my understanding of it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want to speak a little bit to the timing that came up. The timing is when you're advertised.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm very excited.
Go ahead. That's okay.
Hey.
You can continue.
Thank you. I don't want to forget what I was going to say. It was a long line here. The timing is when you're advertising at the beginning. If a consumer is trying to buy something, at the beginning of that transaction, when they're starting to learn about it, read about it, look at the price, consider can they afford it, that's when you tell them when the price is. You don't wait till you're in the middle of the transaction, till you've inputted your credit card number and you're in that cart at the end and you're all in, to tell them that the price of that good is going to go up 20, 30%. And the unintended consequences, everything we do in this building could have potential unintended consequences. That's why we work with stakeholders. We do our due diligence, we come to committee, we talk with all of you to try to make sure that what we advance is the best version of every bill. And I think the intended consequences of this bill will be that consumers, when they go to purchase something, will have to be told what the price of that is. That is a very basic principle of transparency, of fairness, and it's actually the reason that I refuse to bring forward a bill that focused on only certain industries. I'm not looking to punish anybody. I don't believe in that. I believe at the end of the day, being transparent with your customers is the absolute best business practice. It makes for a more competitive market, and that is best for consumers, best for businesses, and it will be best for Virginians. And yes, we can sit around and wait and see what the federal government does, but I want to be a leader and I want to protect consumers today, not next year, not in 2 years. So I hope it is the will that you support me.
Thank you, Senator. We've got Senator Reeves in the queue next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that summary, this bill has a long way to go before it finds a resting home. And if there's people in the audience or want to still continue to work with the senator on the bill, you're more than welcome to. But I'd like to move this down the line. And with that, I'd like to make the motion to report.
Second.
If there's a motion and a second to report the bill, unless there's further discussion on the dais, we will proceed to vote. If we can open the queue.
Ayes 13, noes 1, 1 abstention.
And I would ask the senator if you could continue working with folks. Appreciate what you've done so far, but that would be appreciated as it goes through the process.
I definitely will. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, next we've got in the queue. It says Durant, Stewart, Perry. Senator Stewart. Okay, I don't think Senator Durant's here. Okay, why don't you go first then? What's your bill number?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, member of the committee. I have 3 bills. Do you have a preference on which is? Okay, thank
Whichever
you,
you
Mr.
prefer.
Chair. We'll start with Senate Bill 408. Oh,
Please go ahead and present Senate Bill 408.
Senate Bill 408. So this seeks to reduce the fees for the registration of charitable organizations that intend to solicit contributions within the Commonwealth. It contains some technical amendments. So the genesis of reducing those annual registration fees aligns with the revenue that's being generated from registration fees with regulatory expenditures related to the administration of the Virginia Solicitation of Contributions Act. So in a nutshell, there is a real surplus. We're collecting a lot more than what's needed in order to keep in operation. The new registration fees proposed by this legislation represents a 41% reduction from the current registration fees, and the fees are required by statute to be used to finance the administration and operation of the Act. The bill will eliminate the annual budget surplus currently generated by these registration fees while reducing the burdens on charitable organizations. So the registration fees for organizations are required to register under the Act have not changed since 1995. In the proposed budget, $1,750,000 of the unobligated balance created by the fees we are seeking to be reduced was added to the general fund. The reduction of the fees along with the removed balance will still have sufficient funds for the office to operate. The number of organizations required to register in Virginia have increased each year over the past 5 years, while agency expenditures have not increased proportionate to the number of registrations. In 2018, the number of organizations registering annually was 8,559, and in 2022, that has increased to 11,279. So the non-general fund revenue from registration fees exceeded agency expenditures by approximately $900,000. I think it's important to note charitable organization, according to the code section 57-548, does not include any church or convention or association of churches primarily operated for non-secular purposes and no part of the net income of which inures to the direct benefit of any individual, not any political party as defined in statute, or any political campaign, or any political action committee or other political committee required by state or federal law to file a report, or any authorized individual who solicits by authority of such organization solely on behalf of that registered or exempt charitable organization on behalf excluded from the definition. So again, just to kind of reiterate that we are collecting a lot more than we need to as required by statute in order to continue operating. So we can reduce those fees in lining up what needs in order to continue to operate.
Thank you, Senator, for the presentation. So right now the fee is $30 for organizations that gross proceeds are less than $25,000, or $50 if they are $25,000 to $50,000, and so on. But you feel that's excessive?
I think it's just because it's aligned with we're collecting so much more than what's required in the statute to operate that fund, that particular entity.
Are there folks here who are here to speak for this bill? If you could come forward, and I don't know if there are anyone online, perhaps they could raise their hands if they're in support of this bill.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Menifee with VDAX, and the administration supports the bill.
Thank you. Okay. Are there online folks who are supporting? Okay. Anyone opposed to this legislation? Okay. Are there questions for members of the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Reeves.
Senator Durant, I'm just curious, who asked you to carry the bill initially to look at the fees? Was it VDAC or did it come from the charitable organizations?
I think it was from VDAC. I'd have to clarify.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. He's given a nod. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other comments or motions?
Move to report and re-refer to finance.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to report and re-refer to finance. Unless there's questions, we will go ahead and vote. Okay, thank you, Senator.
Ayes 13, noes 2.
You have another bill, I believe?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is Senate Bill 401.
Okay, please proceed.
Yes. So Senate Bill 401 provides that any person who's employed by the Commonwealth or political subdivision of the Commonwealth as a professional firefighter shall receive paid leave of absence up to 388 work hours. The purpose of this bill, and I just wanted to kind of state for the record, there's bipartisan support. There's a House cognate in the House, and for firefighters specifically, their shifts are not under 8-hour shifts; they're under 24-hour shifts. So, depending on how those shifts are assigned, they can end up, having some days where when they have to go serve for their reserve duty, they may actually have to use their own personal leave or actually incur personal cost. So we in the Commonwealth, we recognize that reserved duty, but if that's under current code, that's really reflective of the 8-hour shifts. And for firefighters, they've got a different type of a calculation that can end up. So for those folks, they end up having to take that personal leave, and that may, end up putting them in a posture that it's just not tenable for them to afford to be able to continue doing that reserve duty.
And can I ask how you arrived at 388 hours? Is that the 21 work days times the hours in the shift? Or?
I do have some folks in support. We had a lot of calculation on that. I think it's with Delegate Helmer, we worked on that. That is a calculation that will get them to be able to have their 2 weeks. So we didn't want to get
It is 2 work weeks. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So
Okay.
that is to reflect that annual training. We didn't want to get into one that was in perpetuity. So if they go on deployment, this does not, that it is to reflect that too, that you could have maybe a little bit more, a little bit less in how their shifts are assigned. They have that 24 hours on and off, and if it falls over in a weekend, it can get a little bit complicated, but this gets us to pretty close to getting that 2-week annual training so they can get that.
Thank you. And I guess you've got some folks here, firefighters or others, who'd like to indicate their support.
Yes.
Would you
Yes,
come
sir.
forward,
Yes.
please, and introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Young, Fairfax County Professional Firefighters and Paramedics. First, I'd like to thank the patron for bringing this forward. While I, have comments and remarks, I think my time is better served answering some of those technical questions. As the patron alluded to, our work week is very unlike the 40-hour work week, which is clearly defined in the current statute. But for our folks who work nights, weekends, holidays, it's not sufficient. Furthermore, the current state statute is written specifically for that 40-hour employee, and they get 21 8-hour days off, but the firefighter who works the 24-hour shift gets the equivalent of 10.5 work days. We landed on 388 hours to cover what would be 16 24-hour work shifts, which would allow our folks to meet the requirement for the bare minimum of our reservists and National Guards persons' basic drill schedule. We didn't want to overextend and ask for too much and put too much undue liability on the locality, but this would get them through that basic drill schedule. And I'll stand by for any questions you may have.
Thank you. And we have another witness in support, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jennifer Pike with the Virginia Professional Firefighters, and we support this bill.
Okay, thank you. Are there any online waiting to indicate support? Okay. Anyone here opposed to this legislation would like to come forward? Okay. Are there questions or motions or comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator McPike is first in the queue, and then we'll go to Senator Reeves.
Yeah, I just had a question for the patron in terms of other shift workers outside of professional firefighters. You likely have other 12-hour and other shifts. How do we consider those individuals to make sure the goal is to adequately compensate under existing statute? I understand that. What about other professional categories that meet the same, not necessarily 24-hour shifts, but they're pulling long shifts as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator McPike, we did discuss that, Delegate Helmer and I. The answer that we received is that it can vary. They can be 8-hour shifts. They can have 12-hour shifts. They're not necessarily getting that same type of unique situation with the 24-hour shifts. And the same thing, it can vary. It was the answer we were told. So we didn't want to end up getting into a windfall where it's not apples to apples. If that answers your question. This request came in specifically from the firefighters, so we felt like, in order to keep some consistency with not having variations between 8, 12, and 24-hour shifts, we focused on those specific hours to apply to them.
Thank you. Senator Reeves?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Durant, how many reservists or National Guardmen are we talking about as far as fire departments go in the Commonwealth of Virginia? What's the number?
I did have that figure. Just give me just a moment. If I may phone a friend on that one. Jennifer McPike. I thought I had the information. I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Reeves, there are upwards of 200 currently.
Thank you. Okay. Are there other comments or motions?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rome.
Does this bill need to go to finance? Okay, so then, Mr. Chairman, the motion would be, assuming our resident firefighter is cool with it, move to report and refer to finance.
There's a motion, and is there a second? Second, okay. So please indicate your preference on the electronic voting board.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Members of the committee, okay.
Okay, and I know, you have one more bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
So this is Senate Bill 681, Workforce Housing Fund. In Virginia, as many of us know, we have housing is getting a lot more and more expensive for everyone, and homebuyers are starting to get a lot more squeezed out. And so the median house income in Virginia in 2022 was $86,000, and they could afford a house that was priced around $322,000. Average price now is upwards of over $400,000. So we're leaving a significant gap. Not to mention that renters are also getting significantly stressed. The Commonwealth does have programs which support housing affordability. A significant program that is subject to this bill is the Virginia Housing Trust Fund. The Virginia Housing Trust Fund provides financial assistance to construction projects that produce housing at a lower rental rate and sales price. This makes housing affordable for low and moderate income households. However, middle income Virginians that are just above that threshold of affordability are having a greater and greater difficulty with housing affordability. And these hardworking Virginians include our state's teachers, our first responders, public safety personnel, and healthcare workers. And Mr. Chair, I had a personal conversation with a young family. He's a firefighter, she's a teacher. They are getting incredibly stressed because they felt with the recent raise they had for his income, they fell out of the threshold to be able to afford support for childcare. So they're just getting a lot more squeezed. And so this is specifically targeting them. And what I want to emphasize is this bill is aimed at filling that gap. It would permit state general funds passing through the Virginia House Trust to support a new level of housing affordability. It does not take away from that existing support that's dedicated in the budget for those that we are seeking to support who are at that lower threshold. I have filed a budget amendment to provide additional financial support needed for a pilot of this new middle income component. The Department of Housing and Community Development would develop program guidelines around this new middle income component that would administer along guidelines with the existing programs. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I hope as will the body support this.
Okay, before I turn to Senator Locke, Senator von Valkenburg, I think you wanted to address the bill. Okay, Senator Locke first.
Mr. Chair, I have a question of the patrons.
Please, go ahead.
Senator Durant, if we move to this new category, what would be the impact on low to moderate income individuals in getting housing? Since we have a problem with low income affordable housing right now.
Yes, ma'am.
What would be the impact if we create this new category?
Mr. Chair, Senator Locke, so that does not change. The designation in the budget as it stands it's kind of creating a new one, but it does not seek to take away or divide from those who are truly needing that help, and it's just taking in consideration from a new reflection and a new budget to support those folks who are our teachers, our first responders, those who are just at that threshold and not qualifying for support, but are really struggling as well.
Okay, if that completes your question, Senator Locke. For now, we will turn to Senator von Valkenburg. Oh, okay, let's hear testimony. Those in support want to come forward? Is there anyone online waiting to speak to this bill in support?
I do believe
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I do believe there's some, there's stepping out.
Okay. Anyone in the room opposed to this legislation? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Isabel McLean with the Virginia Housing Alliance, and we respectfully oppose this bill. We recognize and are grateful for the patrons' intent to keep funding for middle income housing separate from funding for low and moderate income. However, this bill would not prevent it from competing or impacting or potentially reducing that funding in the future with just the language in this bill as it is. While we acknowledge our need for housing, more housing just in general, we believe that the Housing Trust Fund, which is unfortunately already significantly underfunded as it is, it should be used to meet our most severe need, which JLARC told us a couple years ago is for at least 200,000 units affordable for those who make 80% AMI or below, which includes incomes for much of our workforce, which is also many teachers and first responders. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on either side? Okay. Are there, Senator Reeves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Durant, I know that the demographics you're going after here, where a lot of our active forces that house in Stafford and our jurisdiction, they're not poor, but they're also, they can't qualify for housing. So I appreciate her bringing the bill. When it talks about eligibility, Senator, it says eligibility income, it says means low, moderate, or middle income as defined in the program guidelines developed by the department, which am I right in understanding that the department will develop the criteria to which they qualify, and would they be looking at the debt to income ratios and playing with that for like first-time home buyers, that sort of stuff, VA loans? And I'm just trying to understand conceptually, how do you get to those and what that is?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, it is my understanding that you are correct. They're going to take into consideration, a variety of those factors and making that determination of those who are just above that threshold and in most need. Do we have those criteria? And again, I just wanted to stress that that's not going to affect or take away from those who are falling below that threshold, that party line, but really going at it from the greatest needs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there others who wish to comment or have a motion? Senator Van Valkenburg.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm super sympathetic to this bill from the sense that I fit into this, and a lot of the people I know fit into this or work with fit into this. And ultimately, I'm going to vote no today. And the reason I'm going to vote no today is because with what we have right now, I fear, like Senator Locke, that we're going to crowd out those that have the least, and they're not going to have access to this. And I really think the solution, which I'm going to be a broken record from this year on, is we have to build more housing. And when we build more housing, I think that's when we can have the conversation about expanding this out and blowing this out so that it includes more people. But I fear that if we're in a situation where we're not building homes, but we're expanding this program, we're really going to drive out working class folks, and it's going to have a really detrimental impact on the program. And so I would love to see a world in which, as we think about how we expand our housing stock, we expand this, but I fear if we don't do those both at the same time, we're going to be in a bad place. And so that's why I'm going to be voting no, and I guess I can make a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay, I guess this would be the time for a motion.
I think you still have somebody that wants to speak.
Oh, is there someone else who's waiting to speak? I'm sorry, come forward, sir, and then we'll take our motions.
Thank you, Senator Brian Horn, Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. We support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions about concerns that anyone has.
Perhaps this bill seems to, at least on lines 31 and 32, eliminates the definition of low and moderate income, and on lines 25 replaces lower moderate income to say with eligible income in need of housing. So how does the bill reserve any portion of these funds for people of low and moderate income in particular, or low before you get to middle income?
Well, what it does, Senator, is it, or Mr. Chairman, it expands the definition without eliminating lower moderate, and enables Virginia Housing Trust Fund dollars to go into projects that might have or would have a workforce element or a middle income element to cover the AMIs that are above the 80%, at which most, if not all, government programs are limited to right now.
And my only other question is, did the governor in his budget allocate money for this level in particular, and how much?
It is not in the governor's budget, but there is a budget amendment.
Thank you. Senator Locke.
I guess my question would be, When the Virginia Housing Trust Fund was envisioned, what was its purpose?
Well, the purpose was to create a fund that would enable state funds and other funds to be braided together to support low and moderate income as that's defined. And what has happened is over time, that definition has stayed at 80%, and yet through costs of housing has become unaffordable for some folks over 80% to 120. And that's what we're trying to do, because the purpose of the Virginia Housing Trust Fund is to make home ownership and having a house and having a housing unit over your head affordable. And affordability has now gotten beyond 80% and moved into these higher AMIs.
I have another question, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Locke.
And how long has it taken us to even get the Housing Trust Fund to the level of funding where it is now? How long has it taken us to get there?
It started in 2013, and it's level funded in the governor's budget at the biennium. It's been around since 2013.
But Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Locke.
But it's taken us a very long time to even get the Virginia Housing Trust Fund to a level of funding where it's viable enough to begin to address affordable housing needs. Is that correct?
That is correct. Unfortunately, affordability has expanded beyond what the original envisioning of affordability was under the Housing Trust Fund.
Thank you for your comments. And was there another? Was there a motion? Okay. Was that motion seconded? Second. Okay. So there's a motion and a second. The motion would be to PBI this legislation, and the clerk can open the roll.
Ayes 9, no 6.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Okay. Now we've got Senator Stewart. Is this Senate Bill 667, or do you have more than one bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 667. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if you all remember, some of us last year had a bill that essentially extended the cloud computing infrastructure grant, and it also helped with some incentives. And it also included language, and if you look at my bill online, 74 through 76, that was new language that now this year I seek to strike, and I'll tell you why. So Amazon came to the, and I use Amazon because that's the ones I'm familiar with now, came to the Commonwealth. Commonwealth ultimately agreed to give them some pretty substantial economic incentives to build their data centers in Virginia. My experience with them is they have come into communities, they have literally made localities intoxicated with the thought of getting all this revenue, and then they've been very heavy-handed. They have told localities if they want them, it's their way or the highway, and this is what I've seen in the part of the world that I represented, and either last year or this year, that's King George, Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Caroline, all of which new projects are coming in. Not the typical way that you do an economic development project, and I have done that sort of work for 30 years as a lawyer. You usually want the community to want you to come. And Amazon takes a different, very heavy-handed and not a good approach in my opinion. But what they've done is, as a result of the bill that we passed last year and language that I'm not sure everybody realized was in there, they now are demanding agreements from the localities after they get their zoning and after they promised them all this money to get accelerated permitting for the things, the processes that they have to go through, which would essentially run afoul of a lot of the environmental protections that we have to do, because they can't wait like the rest of us have to wait to go through the process to get this done. and to let the subject experts review their plans and do this and that and the other and make sure the environmental protections are in place. They want their plans pushed to the front of the line. So the housing project that was already in the queue to be reviewed gets to go to the back of the line because we're going to now give Amazon accelerated permitting. I didn't anticipate that in that bill that was carried last year. One of the things that disturbs me the most, based upon their investment in Virginia, they either get 10, 20, or 30%, I think is right, and don't hold me to those numbers. It was significant. 10, 20, 30% of the taxes that they pay to the locality, they get back as grants based upon how much investment they make. But what they also do, and this is the part that I've been struggling with and what really brought me to bring this bill, they are tying the hands of the localities with the tax rate. And so if you see the language that says such performance agreements may also include commitments related to accelerated permitting, property tax classification, and other issues, they deem that to mean they can bind a locality with their tax rates for 20 years or more. So if the locality raises its tax rates, you and I have to pay the higher rate. Every other business in the community has to pay the other rate. But if you're Amazon, the locality has to pay you back the delta of what the tax rate was when you came there and what you raised the tax rate to. And so in essence, Mr. Chairman, they are binding the legislative discretion of future boards, which I understood you could not do. But Amazon has determined that they have the authority based on this statute to do that. Now, imagine if that were true with the General Assembly. That would mean whatever we did this year, nobody could ever change it again, because an agreement could bind future General Assemblies, and that's not lawful. And the same is not lawful with a Board of Supervisors. The law is clear. You can't bind the legislative authority of a future board, yet we find that it is occurring now with these performance agreements as a result of this language. So there are a number of issues that have resulted from this bill, and I supported the grants. I supported all of that. But what I don't support is the way they have interpreted this language, and I think we need to fix it before it gets out of hand. And I know there are those who will come and say, and they've already said it to me, should we really be changing the rules in midstream after we've adopted a bill? And the answer to that very clearly is yes, if we've made a mistake. And we've made a mistake that we need to fix before we get too far down into the process. We still have time now, but if this gets kicked down the road, it's going to be much more difficult to fix, and we're going to have a lot more litigation over this particular issue. So that's my bill. I'm happy to answer any questions or at least try.
Thank you, Senator. The language in the bill that you're striking on lines 74 and 75 and 6 says such performance agreement may also include commitments related to property tax classifications and such issues to which the parties agree.
Correct.
So these are agreements that the localities made with as part of that?
Mr. Chairman, these are localities in some cases where a board agreed to it and literally were not there after the next election cycle, and a new board comes in and they would be bound by an agreement that someone else made, and the citizens kicked them out of office, and yet the will of the people cannot be observed because Amazon's determined that this is what this language means.
Well, someone entered into they didn't force the local government to do that. The local government chose to do it, the elected representatives of the people, at least at that time, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that.
Okay.
I'm not sure I would agree.
Well, are there those who are here in support of this legislation who'd like to speak briefly?
I didn't ask anybody to come.
Well, you've got some supporters anyway. If you could, just identify yourself and tell us why you're for this bill.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name's Kevin Collins. I'm a concerned citizen, constituent of Senator Stewart. I live in Caroline County, and we are facing this firsthand. Amazon has been conducting business behind closed doors for well over 2.5 years in the county. All closed door meetings, all behind non-disclosure agreements. We found out that the performance agreement had been signed at 11:30 at night on a meeting where it had not been on the agenda. It was added to a closed door session. We're being blindsided, and this fast tracking and permitting that's being allowed is wrong. I, as a business owner in Caroline County, cannot go to the board and say, hey, you know what? I would love for my property taxes to stay at 72 cents per $100 for the next 27 years. I would be laughed out of that room. But a company like Amazon can come in and get guaranteed tax rebates through 2051, no questions asked. And citizens don't have any input in this with this fast track process. There are smaller companies now that aren't Amazon. I'm dealing with one right in my backyard that's looking to put a 2.5 million square foot facility. They're also asking for fast tracking because they see that Amazon can get it, so why can't they get it? It's going to create problems down the road. I think Senator Stewart classified it perfectly. We make mistakes. Sometimes we create a bill and we think the language is there that supports what we intend, and then we put it in practice and realize that, oh man, we need to change this. I fully support this bill. I would hope that the people before me in this committee would fully support this bill and make some changes that are definitely needed.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, come forward. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is Bill Wright, and I'm here representing the Virginia Conservation Network. So, as the chair just cited a few minutes ago, the current statute states such performance agreement may also include commitments related to accelerated permitting, property tax classifications, and other such issues to which the parties agree. As we've learned, this imprecise verbiage could and has led to unintended or inappropriate agreements between the company, the locality, and the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. Additionally, accelerated permitting stifles public input and rushes decisions on highly impactful projects. So please support SB 67. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Paul Cudahy. I live in Prince William County, and I urge you to strongly vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Come forward, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Armour, and I live today in Prince William County and hope very soon to be a neighbor of Senator Stewart's in the lovely northern neck of Virginia. I support Bill SB 667. This is a brand new bill, and as the Senator has noted, bills are living documents, and we need to amend them and change them as we start to live with them, as we do with any relationship. Amazon is a good partner for Virginia and many people around the world, and this is nothing to do specifically with them, but we do need to amend things and change things to make sure everyone is protected. Thank you. Please vote for the bill.
Okay, thank you. Are there those who have another view, those opposing this legislation? 667, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Nicole Riley, Senior Vice President of Policy at the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. We have concerns with this bill because of the larger impact this bill is going to have on economic development generally. If enacted, this legislation will be the first time a codified custom performance incentive approved by both the MEI Commission and a prior General Assembly has been substantially modified by a subsequent General Assembly session. Such an action would diminish the credibility and reliability of the MEI Commission and hinder Virginia's competitiveness when securing future economic development projects. And so we respectfully ask you to oppose the legislation.
Thank you. Please come forward.
You too. Me too. Mr. Chairman, me too. Elizabeth Rafferty here on behalf of the Virginia Economic Developers Association, and we represent local and regional economic development organizations across the Commonwealth. And for all the reasons that Nicole just discussed, we're very concerned about going backwards on a deal that has been worked through the legislative process, through the MEI process, and making those changes basically pulls the rug out from under these companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there unless there are others in the audience, are there members of the committee who have comments or questions or
Mr.
motions?
Chairman, if I could just respond to that.
Yes.
We're not backing up on anybody. So we agreed to give them significant grants, 10, 20, 30%. I've not disturbed that. And that's taxes back to them. There are a number of things. We've extended the duration of the grant for another 20 or 30 years. If you notice, this bill is 3 pages long. I'm striking 2 lines. And there are 2 lines that allows them to interpret what, frankly, I didn't understand when I voted for it. Now, maybe all of you all did, and you're a lot smarter than I am. But I had no idea that language in those 2 lines could make you get around environmental protection regulations and bind the future legislative discretion of the boards of supervisors in Virginia, and I still don't see how it works, but that's what they're doing. So that is something we need to I'm not backing up on anybody. They still get their grants. They still get all the incentives that we're offering, and they're really substantial grants and incentives. So I take a little bit of an exception to that representation.
Thank you. Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Stewart, you are a heck of a litigator. But I learned early on in the General Assembly the 2 words that most scared in all this is shall and may, and one is permissive and the other means shall. On line 74, it says may, and I understand your specific situation, and I really do. If we strike those 2 lines, what process for some of our counties that decide they'd like to have one of these entities in their county, haven't you really taken away their ability to try to get them there? These data centers, they can't grow them fast enough. They're trying to move. There's different counties believe different things, and the counties that you represent, I understand where they are. But my concern is that it's permissive now. They don't have to agree to it. I understand your situation where your board said, hey, we want it. Intervening election, next board came in and says, no, we got a bad deal. We don't like it. We don't want it. But they're unfortunately tied to it. And I think by undoing this, it might solve your issue, but I think it's going to create us bigger issues. And I'd be curious to see if you think somewhere else that there still allows them in this code section the ability to negotiate those terms if we strike that out.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Reeves, thanks. I don't need this bill to solve the issue in King George County. There are other ways to solve that. That's not it. But the fact of the matter is they're coming into your counties, did the same thing in Spotsylvania, doing the same thing in Caroline, Stafford, and it's what I call a contract of adhesion. We're going to bring this revenue to your jurisdiction, but you must sign this. And I defy you to find where they have made one adjustment in either one of these performance agreements. It is a cookie cutter agreement, and they will put it to you and say, sign it or we're walking away. That's not an agreement. Now, these localities are starving for revenue, and they don't want to raise taxes on their citizens. They're trying to find ways to keep the schools going. They're trying to find ways for affordable housing, and you're presented with this opportunity, but you're allowed no negotiation. How is that an agreement? It's a contract of adhesion.
Okay, thank you.
And those are the facts.
Okay, is there other comments or a motion? Oh, Senator Rome's next, and then we'll come to you. Okay, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Stewart, tell me if I'm wrong. It seems like, and I might be wrong, it seems like most of your concern is with the last part of that sentence and other such issues to which the parties agree. Is that the part that's, because to me, in my mind, I don't know, if they want to if they want to have a conversation around accelerated permitting and property tax classifications, I might not like it, but it seems like a perfectly normal thing that you would do as part of a deal. So I guess I'm wondering, because the things that you were saying that I was hearing about binding the future boards of supervisors and stuff, is most of that is it in that vague phrase at the end? Is that carrying the weight, or am I wrong in understanding it that way?
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, let me give you an example. A few years ago, we adopted what was called the Environmental Justice Act, and we may have still been in the Science Museum when we did that. This allows them to skirt around it. Do you really want them to skirt around that? But that's what this language allows them to do.
But
did you understand that they were going to be able to do that when you voted for this bill?
Mr. Chair.
Senator von Buckenberg.
But Senator Short, what part of that sentence that you're striking allows them to do that?
Mr. Chairman, they are interpreting it as the ability to do things that none of the rest of us can do. And that's what's occurring, and that's what's concerning me. So yes, accelerated permitting and property tax classifications are the part that really concerns me the most.
That's
the most.
Okay.
Because you ought not be able, just like we shouldn't be bound by what is done this year forever and ever and ever, neither should a Board of Supervisors. You have taken away the will of the people in the community when you let one board that may summarily be removed from the board to bind those citizens to something for a very long time. We don't allow that at the General Assembly level. Why should we at the board level?
Thank you, Senator. Okay. We've got Senator Rome in the queue and then Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to the bill.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the legislation this is based on, I voted against it last year. Anyone who read the bill and read it in its entirety saw this part and knew that we were dealing with a multi-billion-dollar industry that did not need a dime of taxpayer incentive whatsoever to establish or set up shop anywhere in Virginia. They come here because we have workforce, because we have infrastructure, and we have proximity to DC. They did not need our help to come here in the first place. And I say this as a supporter of this bill. I say this because if it was up to me on this bill and I could actually get to the votes, which I can't get, I'd strike all 159 lines of this. You're going after 2 lines. And I think or I would say the patron's going after 2 lines. That's nice, it's a start. Wish we could go a whole lot more with this. But I hope, if nothing else, this shows as a warning to everything else that we're dealing with this industry right now. You saw some of my constituents who came up here earlier, right? And these are folks right now who are volunteering their time, who spend days and days, months and months, and now years fighting this issue. And then you're going to see a lot of people who are hired on as lobbyists, hired on as attorneys, and very high-power people by a very high-power industry coming in and trying to get us to give taxpayer money to them so they can then run the terms of the conversation. That's not the way government was designed to work for the little guy in the first place, as the delegate from Paladin likes to say. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'll have a motion at the appropriate time.
Turn next in the queue to Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The comment, I guess, on earlier that was stated by the patron, which is that essentially implying that localities can back out of long-term obligations and contracts at any time and on a whim, and I think that's a pretty significant statement. We hold dear our AAA bond rating in Virginia, and if you notice, even lease obligations are long-term. You have an option based on appropriations to do that, but if you break that, I guarantee you New York is looking at your bond ratings, which is costing money. And so anything that is breaking contracts like this and long-term obligations has serious implications across a wide range of things, Mr. Chairman. And I do have serious concern about reneging on agreements. Maybe they need a different, set of attorneys looking at eyes on deals. But once they're signing an obligation, it is that locality's moral obligation, and we have a very long history in Virginia to follow through on contracts. And so I have pretty significant concern. I understand you don't like the deal. I get it. But the premise of backing out on contracts in terms and conditions that you have in an elected body has approved has pretty far wide-reaching implications.
Mr. Chairman.
Stewart.
So typically a contract with a locality, depending upon what it's about, you always subject it to future appropriations. Mm-hmm. And if the future board decides not to do it, there are penalties to exit. They didn't get that opportunity here. What frustrates me about this document is everybody knows you can't bind these future boards. And so magically in these 4 counties a couple years ago, there was an effort by a regional body to get these 4 counties to set a very, very low data center tax rate. And then all of a sudden, they come in and they acquire sites for the very same 4 counties. And they get this bill through the General Assembly, and now they're going to say if you raise that tax rate, we'll pay it, but you have to pay it all back to us. But the other data centers don't. The ones that can invest enough, and there are many of them out there that have end users that are going to build, but if they can't reach the threshold that Amazon does, they don't get the taxes paid back to them. And this is in addition. This is in addition to the taxes we're already giving them back, up to 30% in an infrastructure grant. I think the world of Senator McPike. He's my friend, but I think this is unconscionable. I think it's truly unconscionable, and I think that they came in and they very methodically ran over these jurisdictions, and that's a view from the bleachers is what it reveals to me.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. We spent a lot of time on this. Is there a motion or other comments?
Move to report and re-refer to finance.
Okay, there's a motion to report and re-refer to finance. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, there's a second to that. Are there any other motions? Okay. Okay, so we will vote on whether to report and re-refer to finance. Senator Locke, you have a proxy for Senator Rouse. Okay.
Ayes 3, noes 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you. Okay, next in the queue is Senator Perry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I think I have an amendment. It is Senate Bill 213.
213 from Senator Perry. And there's an amendment in the nature of a substitute or just an amendment to the bill?
It's an amendment that's a line amendment.
Okay, does the clerk want to report that amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. After line 34, introduced, insert 2, period, that an emergency exists and this act is enforced from its passage.
Okay, so that's an emergency clause on this legislation. You want all in favor of accepting the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So, Senator, why don't you go ahead and present your bill as amended?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill that provides for termination of rental agreements that applies specifically to veterans. The VRLTA service members' early termination provision was modeled after the Federal Service Members Civil Relief Act. Although over the years there have been some differences. For example, our code provision opens up the benefits of early termination to National Guard members, whereas the federal law is limited to members of the uniformed services. This difference was allowed because our state law is effectively broader in that context than the federal law. However, the VRLTA also has language stating that in order to take advantage of early lease termination, the service members must receive orders to depart from their residence by 35 miles or more. Up until now, those two laws had existed, the Virginia state law and the federal law. People could make a choice about which law they wanted to be held to. But More recently, the federal law was changed to not allow for that waiver language to exist anymore. And so now what we have is a true conflict between federal law and Virginia state law. And that had gone on, quite frankly, for a little while because no one was enforcing state law. But more recently, we have had people enforcing the state law, which is in violation of federal law. The Department of Justice and JAG are aware of the conflict and have been contacting landlords and property managers to try to address this issue. But there's a recent case as of January 8th, 2024, where the Justice Department secured an agreement from a property manager who went ahead and tried to enforce the state federal law. That's why we moved in the emergency enactment clause. And DOJ settled that case. The realtors have asked me to bring this bill, and they are here, I think, to answer any questions.
So the proponents, realtors, if you'd like to step forward, Erin, say hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Erin Corman with the Realtors. Want to thank the Senator very much for bringing this bill. It's just going to align our law with the federal law and get rid of the 35-mile requirement, protect the service members from being held to something that's no longer in the law. So happy to answer any questions.
If I could, what's a stop movement order?
That's actually language that came directly from the federal law, and I believe
that's the term
word
that the military
from the
uses.
federal law. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think it probably was used during the pandemic where they had to keep people in a certain place and they couldn't get back home. So
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, and come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Scott Pedowitz with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington and the Virginia Apartment Management Association. For all the reasons stated, we support the bill. Thank you.
Are there others who wanted to state their support?
Yes, hi, Chairman, members of the committee. Laura Dodds with Housing Opportunities Made Equal, and we support the bill.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mr. Chair, Randy Grumbine, representing the Virginia Manufactured and Modular Housing Association. We too support the bill.
Great. Okay. Okay.
Hi, Troy Garrett with the Virginia Association of Housing and Community Development Officials, and we support the bill as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone in opposition to this legislation that has an emergency clause and has lots of proponents?
Move to report.
Okay. So motion is second. Unless there's comments, we'll take our votes. Okay.
Ayes 15, no 0.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, next in the queue, we've got Senator Suderlein, then Senator Marsden, and finally Senator Bagby. Okay. I'm sorry, Senator Marsden, you're here? Come forward, please. We're ready for you.
That's the one thing I am, Mr. Chairman, is here.
What's your bill number?
Senate Bill 734 comes to you without any substitute. It's ready to go as introduced.
Move to report.
Well, that's a first. So we're happy to have that. Okay, so we'll direct our attention to Senate Bill 734, and please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This deals with boards that are allowed to hold meetings virtually. This does not include school boards, boards of supervisors, architectural review boards, planning commissions, things like that. Just the kind of the arc of Northern Virginia that deals with developmentally delayed kids and boards like that. And the bill does three things. First, it clarifies that during a video meeting of a public body, a member must be on camera and have a functional audio in order to be considered present and count towards a quorum. A member may still turn off their camera to do things like eat or use the restroom, but turning this off would mean that they had left the room, for purposes of a quorum. So this presents those kind of meetings where there's nothing but dark screens. Second, the bill says that you have to reiterate or create your policy every year to remind everybody that it hasn't changed or how it has changed. And the most significant thing it does is increase from a 25% cap on the number of virtual meetings one of these groups can have to a 50% cap. In other words, half of their meetings can be conducted this way. What we're finding is that the whole workplace environment has shifted because of COVID. A number of the people who serve on these boards are older. They're concerned about illness and transmission. They have transportation issues, and they're able to get much more participation on these boards if they have a more flexible policy on virtual participation. And so that's what the bill does. And I'll answer any questions that you have.
I do have one question, because I know there was some opposition that we'll hear from the Virginia Coalition for Open Government. If you were to get this up to 50% this year, would that satisfy you, or would you be coming back in the future for higher and higher percentages?
It would satisfy me. I think that it's a really fair compromise. I would not be back, and I could sit here for the next 5 minutes and go through all the organizations that support this. But I won't bore the committee with it, but there's just a huge coalition of folks who think this is a good idea.
Thank you. Okay, first, let's hear from proponents. Let's limit the testimony to 2 minutes for each side. Those who are in the room and in favor, please come forward and state your support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott McGarry from Washington Gas and also the Northern Virginia Chamber of Commerce, speaking in support of this legislation, which I think will increase the opportunity for members of the business community and the community at large to participate in meaningful ways. I serve as a member of the Prince William County Board of Supervisors, Sustainability Commission, and the Loudoun County Environmental Commission, so I've had occasion to use the current statute as during the General Assembly session, and I think that this bill is a reasonable addition to the current policy, and hope it'll be your pleasure to report the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And just keep in mind, we've got also 3 people online who want to state their support, so if you could be brief.
Mr. Chairman, Jared Calvi, AARP Virginia. We support the bill. It'll help allow for participation in these bodies from folks who are elderly or disabled and unable to travel and be there in person. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Martina James on behalf of the Virginia Association of Area Agencies on Aging and the advisory boards of our local area agencies on aging, and we support this.
Thank you.
Stephen Marcoux, Arlington Public Schools. This will be a big help for our parents with young children to serve on our advisory committees. We support the bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Ashley Wright on behalf of the ARC of Virginia, and we support the bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, David Blunt on behalf of the Virginia Association of Planning District Commissions. We support the bill.
Okay, and we had, I think, 3 folks online. We'll give you a few more, another minute or so if you need it, but please unmute yourselves and raise your hands. And
April Breslaw, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Hello, my name is April Breslaw. I live in Alexandria, and I am here today on behalf of the Virginia Grassroots Coalition. We're an alliance of over 55 grassroots groups representing about 15,000 voters across the state of Virginia, and we support SB 734. As has been mentioned, electronic meetings have been a success. They increase attendance, transparency, and public participation in government. They help address the economic hardship associated with in-person participation, especially when it's necessary to obtain childcare or travel long distances. SB 734 proposes common sense adjustments to the rules, and so we support it, and we hope you will too.
Thank you. And
Lucy Beednell, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
I'm Lucy Beednell with the ARC of Northern Virginia. I would like to echo our strong support for this bill and also speak on behalf of Rev Up Virginia with our strong support. The only thing I would add to what has already been noted is that we are often asked to help family members get appointed to these boards who are willing to volunteer their time, and without more virtual options, we are having tremendous difficulty recruiting and retaining these volunteer board members. Thank you for your support for this bill.
Bob Eifert, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on. Mr. Eifert, please unmute your mic.
Sorry, I'm Bob Eifert with the Northern Virginia Aging Network, and we strongly support this bill.
Okay, and those who are opposed, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Megan Ryan with the Virginia Coalition for Open Government. We're the only organization here at the General Assembly that advocates for the public's right to know, the public's right to access their local government meetings and records. To be clear that this bill does apply to these local bodies, we understand that, but it also applies to all regional and all state public bodies. That means the Behavioral Health and Development Services Board, the Board of Local and Regional Jails, Commission on Local Government, University of Virginia, Board of Visitors, et cetera, et cetera. The bill does not apply to the General Assembly, but it highlights the same components. This meeting right here highlights the same components that make in-person meetings so critical. Interested citizens and advocates are giving testimony in person and online as an option. They are seeing you, the members, come and go, lean into each other, have follow-up conversations, follow-up questions, conversations in the aisle, in the lobby. The public meeting is the town square of the 21st century. You simply cannot have this level of democratic engagement when business is done by little boxes on a screen. There have been many questions in the past few weeks about whether bills have gone to the FOIA Council, and this bill did go to the FOIA Council in 2022, and that's what you see before you. But in 2023, the same bill came and said, we need some more, we need 50%, and that bill was defeated. Nothing has changed since then, but now we're back again asking for more opportunities to meet electronically. I am sympathetic to these bodies not being able to fully staff their entities, but the solution is not to relax the rules for all state and regional public bodies. The solution is to incentivize service at the local level, provide transportation credits, restructure the meeting times, restructure the way that these organizations operate. It is not to relax the rules of the Freedom of Information Act that exist for the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others, either in person or online, who are okay? So did you want to wrap it up, Senator Marsden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate what the individual just spoke to, but the world has changed. And I think this actually gives people greater opportunity to engage in the public square virtually than the sometimes difficult conditions of either distance or traffic or health or age or disability that currently keeps people out of that public square. So I think it is, while we lose a little bit, I think we gain a great deal here in being able to do this. But I do believe that there is a point where, we still need to get together. We still need to be in person, but we need to make this more open for people to engage in volunteerism and community engagement. The world has changed. And unfortunately, I think this is a direction we need to go to meet the needs of a changing world.
And does this bill still require that there be at least one member of the body in person, or it allows for an all virtual meeting half the time?
I don't know that the
maybe
bill
a council should
addresses that.
Council, could you address that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would defer to our attorney for the FOIA Council.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer your question, the amendments here are in the section concerning all virtual public meetings. So they would make it 50% of the meetings per year for all virtual. Yes.
Okay. And are there members of the committee with questions for Senator Marsden or comments? Senator Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the patron. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do we have any data since we updated the code last time where we got to the 25%, do we have any data in terms of how often that's been used or how often we are having boards that are having trouble getting to a quorum under existing code as we've amended it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rome, I'm not aware of any data, but I think what you have seen here by the folks that are on board and the number of folks on my list of supporters who weren't here today, that anecdotally it's very compelling, the degree to which people need to have this increase to be able to keep these organizations going and get the full range of ideas and participation that's needed for a good process. And I wish I had some data, but clearly this is what these organizations are wanting to fulfill their mission.
All right, a follow-up question, Mr. Chair, this time for the FOIA Advisory Council. And so basically on this one here, what portion of basically the section of code that we're following under here, what portion of that actually came out as a recommendation from the FOIA Advisory Council versus this bill this time? How much of this is a recommendation from FOIA Advisory Council?
Thank you. And my apologies, Mr. Chairman. I forgot to introduce myself. Alan Gernhardt, Executive Director of the FOIA Council. The prior bill from 2022 was a recommendation of the FOIA Council, went into effect September 1st of 2022. This bill has not been presented to the Council, so they've made no recommendation for or against.
So, Mr. Chairman, a question.
Senator Rome.
Mr. Chair, since we know that the FOIA Advisory Council is already going to be meeting later this year to deal with FOIA fees, I was wondering if this is the sort of thing where we could have the FOIA Advisory Council be able to take a look at this and come back with a recommendation. Would that be within the Council's purview?
You want to comment on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes. The Council's enabling statute lets us study pretty much any FOIA issue. So,
Thank
yes.
you. Okay, I've got Senator McPike next in the queue.
Mr. Chair, comment on some of the bill provisions. I mean, I think there's some good elements. Number one, clarifying that the video must be on. I mean, that helps to clean up and identify. Also requires the body to vote on the virtual meeting at least annually, which sort of updates and provides sort of affirmative interaction and public comment on that process. And I think we hear time and time again just the ability and need to get people to meetings and to participate. And these are, as we recall from the debate last year, these are not boards or commissions or bodies that make binding decisions like architectural review boards. They're not zoning appeals boards. They're not boards with authority to deny or revoke or suspend professional or occupational licenses. We carve those out. That is not in this bill. And so, with that, Mr. Chairman, I move to report.
There is a motion and a second to report SB 734 as introduced. All in favor, please indicate by voting on the electronic voting board.
Ayes 14, no zero, one abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you, Senator. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I believe that Senator von Bockenberg had a motion to reconsider a prior vote.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, having voted on the prevailing side on Senate Bill 388, I'd like to have us reconsider that vote for the purposes.
Can you state that 388? This
388.
is the Senator Pekarski's bill to revote that. Okay, so all in favor of reconsidering that vote by which it passed, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Recorded vote.
Or recorded vote. Record your vote yes if you want to revote. Okay.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Okay, so now I would need a motion to...
and then I would move that we report Senate Bill 388 and re-refer to Finance.
Second. Does this one go to Finance? I don't think I don't think it went to Finance.
No.
No, the motion would just be to re-report.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the clerk a question? We have a proxy. We want to vote it the same way. Can you tell me what the previous vote was for?
Pedals abstain.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll now hear a motion to
report Senate Bill 388 as amended.
Okay, and there's a motion and a second, so we'll now revote that.
Ayes 14, no zero, one abstention.
Okay, thank you. So that's clarified. Okay, and then we've got in the queue Senator Suderline, then Senator Bagby, and finally Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 bills that very much show the diversity of this committee's jurisdiction.
Great. Which would you like to take first?
I'd like to start with Senate Bill 436.
Okay.
This is a workforce bill.
You have a substitute?
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt the amendment in the nature of a substitute for Senate Bill 436? Second? Okay, I hear a second. So all in favor of adopting the substitute will signify by saying aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the substitute's before us, and maybe you want to explain the bill and the changes made to the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. This is an agency bill. One of the things it does, which you'll see changes throughout the bill several times, which makes it longer, is it makes the Department of Workforce Development, instead of being headed by a director, it's now headed by a commissioner. And so that appears several places. There also are changes to the Apprenticeship Council, which in your substitute should be on page 6, where you'd be adding 2 representatives of workforce training programs, one of which would be a representative of an employee organization. And then we also are adding the director of the Department of Professional and Occupation, or DPOR, the commissioner of the Department of Labor and Industry, and the superintendent of public instruction. And so I think that there's someone from the agency to speak. If not, we'll get to hear from people on my other bills.
I think we could probably do this with 2 minutes on each side. So those who want to speak for this bill, if you want to come forward, and if you're online, maybe raise your hands.
Chair and committee members, Scott McGarry from Washington Gas and the Northern Virginia Chamber of Commerce. We took a lead role last year in an unprecedented business coalition of over 75 businesses and associations in support of the underlying transformational workforce reform bill. This bill increases transparency by requiring the sharing of data, updates the agency terms, as the senator mentioned, and it also is inclusive in that it adds more members to the Apprenticeship Council. So I highly recommend it to you. Hope it'll be a pleasure to report the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Randy Stamper. I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor for Workforce Development with the Virginia Community College System. Many of us at VCCS have been working very closely over the last couple of years with Secretary Slater and his team and Director Roth as the new agency has been stood up. Throughout that time, they have been nothing but fully transparent and very encouraging of feedback from the agencies who are affected, of which there are many. And this bill is no different. We reviewed the bill when it was first written. We had some concerns about it. We summarized those concerns and suggested several edits which were integrated into the bill. And we, as the substitute, support it completely. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Carrie Roth. I'm the director of the Workforce Agency, and we support this bill. It's just a technical cleanup to the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Senator McPike.
One clarifying, on line 264 of the bill, you're deleting the Virginia Community College System and inserting the new agency and developing the formula for providing 30% of the adult dislocated worker funds. So I remember that this was a part of the discussion last year, was it not, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Senator, can you restate that line for me one more time? 234.
So clarifying, Mr. Chairman, you're deleting the Virginia Community College System as being the entity in consultation with the governor that develops the formula for the 30% adult and dislocated worker funds. That's what the bill and substitute currently states.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McPike, that was actually an amendment that was brought to us by the community colleges to make that technical amendment.
I think you have a friend coming up.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Senator McPike, the reason for that change is that Once the completion of the new agency's integration of these programs is complete, likely in July, VCCS will no longer have oversight of those dislocated worker funds. That's one of the programs that is moving to the new agency.
I have a question about the composition of the Apprenticeship Council. It says here, 2 representatives of workforce training programs, one of whom shall represent employee organization. In the previous version of the bill, did it have more representatives of employee organizations? In the existing code, I thought it said the Apprenticeship Council would be 4 representatives, each from employer and employee organizations respectively, and now we're adding language that says 1 shall be an employee organization. Is it decreasing that, or am I missing that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I was just making clarifying language that around the ex officio, I believe, just to make the tighter language. We've been working with our friends here in the labor community, and they're okay with these changes. They didn't have any additional changes.
Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Are there those who want to speak against this legislation in the room or virtually? Raise your hand. Okay, so there's no opposition present. Are there questions or motions?
Move to report.
Mr. Chair.
Before we get that motion, Senator McPike.
Yeah, I would just request if we could get an update as this travels to finance, is where this bill's going, an update on the organizational chart and the work from last year, reflecting the changes proposed here in this, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Van Valkenburg, you made a motion to... No, it was Senator Rome? Okay.
Motion is to report and refer to finance.
Okay, motion, report, and refer to finance. Is there a second? Okay, motion and a second. Please indicate your preference in electronic voting board. And Senator Locke, you have a proxy for Senator Aird. Did you vote?
Ayes 15, no 0.
Okay, the bill passes. Okay, Senator Sulan, you have another bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 437, this is part of your real estate jurisdiction. This bill comes at the request of and in consultation with the realtors, our state association of Virginia Association of Realtors, and in the code and in the real estate industry, it's very important that we have the place of business defined for real estate brokers, because we have to meet certain requirements on the actual place of business. So this seeks to clarify what is a place of business.
Mr. Chairman, do we
and
have
what's
a
not place of
substitute?
business.
We do have I'm sorry, there's an amendment in the nature of a substitute to be adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the substitute?
Substitute.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All in favor of adopting the substitute, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the substitute's now before us.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rum.
Mr. Chairman, would the patron be able to explain the difference between the substitute and the introduced version?
Yes, Senator Suderline.
Council like to go through the major difference?
No.
It's substantively the same.
Mr. Chair, he is correct. It is substantively the same, and I would like to phone a friend, Aaron Corman.
This is general counsel to our state association.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Aaron Corman with the Realtors. The difference between the substitute and the original bill is basically clarifying that this in no way prohibits where a real estate licensee can or cannot work. So we took the language about the branch office licenses and moved it under the branch office license section. So that is effectively what the substitute did, just clarifies when you do not need a branch office license.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Suderline, back to you. Can you give us any overview?
It's basically before you. We're just clarifying when you need to when you would need to actually go and have the branch office. So if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to take them. But it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, are there any questions for Senator Suderline? Anyone else who'd like to weigh in on this bill? Okay, is there a motion?
Move to report.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. So unless there's further discussion, we'll vote on Senate Bill 437 to report.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Okay. Now we come to your controversial legislation.
I don't think this is controversial, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
we'll see. We'll see. But what's your next bill? It's 437.
Well, first of all, thank you for reporting the first two bills. So the next bill for your consideration is Senate Bill 432, and that's in the technology part of general laws and technology. This bill seeks to make sure. No, it's perfect just the way it is. Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 432 seeks to make sure that Virginia children under the age of 18 are all treated like children and have the protections of the law that we grant children. Currently, Virginia law, under the law that was backed by industry 2 years ago, says that you stop being a child on the internet at 13 for Virginia's security protections. And this bill seeks to make it so that any company that is taking these kids' information, the data about them, that they can't sell it, they can't use it for targeted advertising, and unless they get the authorization of that child's parent. And in the bill, it sets out 3 opportunities to do that. The first one, which I think is probably would be used the least, is you can just sign it in the old-fashioned way. 2, you can use a government-issued ID. Or 3, you can use a credit card attached to the parent. And I think there's some folks here from the administration to speak for the bill. This is something that those of you in the House saw last year. It passed the House overwhelmingly. Unfortunately, we did not pass it in the Senate, but we have an opportunity to do so this year with all of our new friends from the House.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, I've got some questions, but before we do, let's hear from those in the audience who want to speak for the bill. And are there people waiting online to speak for it? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jesse Lynch on behalf of the governor's office here to speak to the bill. We are in support of the bill, worked with the patron last year on it. This bill is simply about what data a company can sell or can't sell and what that relates to. So it has no effect on whether a child could be on a website or join a social media page. That does not speak to it in this bill. What it would say is that once that child does join that page, they would have to get parental consent before they're able to sell the data, before they're able to do targeted advertising, or they're able to profile a child. So members of the committee, I think that what the administration stands on is this. If this was a brick and mortar retail store and this policy was in place, we would know exactly where this committee would go, and how they would behave, and the votes that would be taken on that. But just because it's online, we don't believe that there should be any set difference in that regard. So we appreciate your time and appreciate your consideration of the bill.
Let me ask a question. If you're a 17-year-old college freshman whose parents let you have a credit card, or you work a job and you have your own credit card or ATM card, would this bill prevent you from doing things like subscribing to some pizza delivery website and them advertising to you, targeting you with pizza delivery because you like pineapple topping or whatever?
Mr. Chairman, it's an excellent question. The Consumer Data Protection Act has an actual knowledge standard. So a company would have to have an actual knowledge that the person behind the screen is under the age of 18. The verifiable parental consent, which could just be really just called verifiable consent, would mean that if somebody had a credit card, that company would have very much the ability to say, no, we believe that this person is probably not a child. We don't have a reasonable expectation that they're not. We don't have actual knowledge that they are a child, and that would not be involved in this bill.
So it would impact someone who's 17 if the company knows they're 17 and they drive a car and they want to involve themselves with websites that make a consumer decision as a young adult,
Mr.
pre-adult?
Chairman, if the company knew that the child was 17, if they had actual knowledge, if they had logged in and said, I am 17 years old, then that's where this bill would apply. Without verifiable parental consent, they would not be able to sell that data, profile that child, or to have targeted advertising for them.
Okay, thank you. Are there others in support? Or those who have another view? You're in support?
Yes.
Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ann Robinson, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I respectfully ask that you support this Senate Bill 432, since I strongly believe that the parents should have the full ability to protect their children from social media. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dana Wiggins with the Virginia Poverty Law Center. We believe any effort to be more protective in the online space is better for consumers to make sure that there's more barriers to selling their information without the intention of doing so, without the person or their parents' intention of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Richard Schweiker. I'm Chief of the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Section, and our office supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Daniel Davies representing the Family Foundation. We appreciate the Senator bringing this bill and support the bill. It's an important measure to enhance and protect parents and their involvement in what their children are doing online. We appreciate its support.
Those who'd like to express opposition, please come forward. Welcome.
Good afternoon, evening, Mr. Chairman. Elizabeth Rafferty here on behalf of the Northern Virginia Technology Council. And we believe that this bill is going to put Virginia personal data at risk, make it more difficult to access services. And our main concern is that this is preempted federally by the Children's Online Privacy Act. Also, there are some concerns around enforceability. We'd be happy to work with the patron in front of JCOTS. We understand that this is an important issue and we want to protect children, but we believe this requires some further study.
Currently, we have a federal standard of 13 years old under COPA.
Yes, sir.
And this would take it in Virginia up to 18 if it were to pass.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alon Sean Collins. I'm Director of State and Local Public Policy for Chamber of Progress, which is a left-of-center tech trade association. We have a number of partner companies, including Google and Amazon, but our partners don't get a vote or veto over our position. One of the Chamber of Progress's top priorities is protecting online privacy. We support rules that help make the internet safe for young people. We're opposed to this bill for several reasons. First, we are concerned about alignment with COPPA. I will note that right now, COPPA is, there's a federal comment period open where there's some debate about changing the age, but as of right now, the age is 13. Second, we are concerned about the parental consent portion of this bill. Consent laws can be weaponized by parents who might be in conflict with their child. For example, they could be weaponized by divorced parents who share custody of a child. If the parents are at odds with each other, they could use the consent laws to override each other's decisions. Second, we worry about LGBTQ youth who may live with parents who are unsupportive. We worry that the parental consent portion of this bill would limit their access to platforms, and there is some research showing that LGBTQ youth often can find supportive communities on these platforms. Thank you.
Okay, we have two online to speak. If you could unmute yourself when you're called on, that would be helpful.
Zach Lilly, Net Choice, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Zach Lilly, representing the Trade Association Net Choice. We're a trade association dedicated to free expression and free enterprise online. We respectfully ask that you oppose SB 432. The bill strikes at the heart of the values most deeply personal to every Virginian, their family, and their right to speak and express themselves freely. Unfortunately, SB 432 attempts to sacrifice one in order to prioritize the other. SB 432 has been struck down as unconstitutional when it has been passed in other states under different forms. The crux of the issue is that children maintain their own First Amendment rights, and the Commonwealth may not swap out parental discretion for government preferences. This bill is not about parental choice, it's about prioritizing the government's right to choose on behalf of parents. When the state of California tried to ban violent video games, the court struck it down as unconstitutional attempt to subvert parents and restrict access to lawful speech. Scalia himself wrote that the government could not restrict access to violent content, even for children. The bill would also almost certainly require some form of age verification, which is beginning to be struck down as unconstitutional around the country. NetChoice itself has brought suit in multiple jurisdictions, California, Arkansas, Utah, Ohio, and has enjoyed early success in all of those trials. Virginia should continue to focus on children's safety, but focus on legislation that will not violate her citizens' constitutional rights. We ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Was that, then I believe there's another online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Margaret Durkin, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Good afternoon, Chairman Eben and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Senate Bill 432 related to children's data privacy. Unfortunately, for reasons expressed last year throughout the legislative process, as well as this year, TechNet is opposed to this bill for a variety of reasons. TechNet and its member companies are committed to providing a safe experience for children and teens online. However, we're concerned about this bill for a variety of reasons. Virginia's comprehensive data privacy law provides protections for all users, including those under 18. Requiring the collection of identification from parents to give consent is in direct conflict with data minimization principles. And as mentioned previously, some parents may be divorced or even unwilling to provide any form of identification for their children. In addition to those reasons, this bill takes a one-size-fits-all approach, doesn't account for those developmental differences between, say, a child who's 13 and a teen who is 17. And as mentioned previously, there's also litigation on similar bills. And for these reasons stated above, TechNet remains opposed to Senate Bill 432. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe that completes the testimony of those online. Is that right? Oh, one more. Okay. If you could be brief, please unmute yourself and show your camera.
Kara Bender, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Hi, good afternoon again. My name is Kara Bunder, and I am a State Policy Director at the Computer and Communications Industry Association. I'll keep my comments brief. We unfortunately are also in opposition to this bill for the reasons that were already outlined by the witnesses who preceded me. We have concerns about the additional data privacy implications that would be implicated by collecting additional information from users. We also share the concerns regarding the ongoing litigation for similar legislation that has been passed in other states. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Were there other questions or motions from members of the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion. I'd like to speak to it.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move that we continue the bill to 2025 and then refer the bill over to JCOT so it's in the same posture and position as Senator McDougall's bill, which we did the exact same thing for earlier, with the understanding that the chairman will be writing a letter to JCOT to make sure that we actually have a recommendation coming back from them in time for legislators to be able to file legislation based on that recommendation.
Okay, I think we said on the other one that we sought a November 1st report back to the General Assembly.
That's what they did last year.
Let's, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. The motion is to carry over till next session with a letter to JCOTS.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Senator Sudalan, you want to sum up?
Yeah, so after last year when the House had the wisdom of passing this legislation, the Senate sent it to JCOTS, which of course did nothing. So rather not go to JCOTS.
I believe there was a very small subcommittee of Senator Favola and some others, and I'll see to it that it gets more thorough discussion if it goes there. But that's the motion before us. Okay,
Just kill
so
it if you don't like it.
okay, let's open the roll.
Sue Hawes?
No.
Okay.
We're missing some.
Ayes 8, no 7.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
2 out of 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad we
Okay.
still have some of our House guys still here with us. Thank you.
Okay, next we've got Senator Bagby.
Good evening. Only one person? Todd, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Todd. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senate Bill 538.
You guys are a real lively bunch this evening. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this bill makes several changes to the Uniform Statewide Building Code regarding blighted properties. It primarily focuses on the fine, and then the bill also adds some penalties for similar violations committed by the owners of a blighted multifamily property within a 10-year period. There are a number of individuals from my locality and some of yours, as well as across the state, to talk a bit about this bill. And you all look very excited to listen to me. And so I will, Mr. Chair, afford them an opportunity to share. At any point, you can interrupt them and move to report.
Thank you. Come forward. You might get interrupted, but
I was waiting for the interruption, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mike Sherman with the county of.
let's give our witness just a few moments.
When you got the votes, call the roll. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mike Sherman with the county of Henrico. There's been a lot of talk about affordable housing around the halls of this building and the Capitol this year. Most, if not all, has been on quantity, and bringing on, lowering barriers to bringing on new units. This bill deals with quality of our existing stock. It has its origin in a national night out where our board and our county manager were playing with, tossing football with children of this particular community. And they brought the lawnmowers out to cut the grass. Unfortunately, they didn't just cut the grass, they mowed over the trash. And when the county manager and the board chair stopped and said, "Hey, what's going on here?" the response was, "Nobody cares." And in our community, our leadership said, "Wait a minute, we care." Those conversations in front of our citizens led them to opening their homes to show us the conditions that they were being forced to live in and describing their fears of the company and its management. We have, since that time, battled out-of-state slumlords, one of which is currently in the middle of criminal actions in multiple states. For 6 years now, we have been fighting them with the tools that you provided us in the code. 350 citations that included over 2,200 violations, 116 criminal court hearings, a blighted declaration, the creation of rental inspection district overlay over just that property, court injunctions. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that's not countywide, that's just one owner with one property. For 6 years, in all of those efforts, the fines afforded to the owner of that property was about $65,000. That's just north of about $10,000 per year. And in their words, it's a cost of doing business. Mr. Chairman, working with our judges and thanking Senator Bagby for bringing this, this bill does three things primarily. It brings sections of the code up to date and harmonizes some inconsistencies that we suspect occurred as the code was amended over time. It also creates a new tool that when folks like us have exhausted all of the other remedies in the code, add some teeth in the form of increased penalties for repeat violations. So it changes the math for those that seek to simply look at our citizens as a cost of doing business. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it defines a default abatement period if it's not already included in the judge's order. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so basically we're increasing the fines for a third violation within 10 years from a minimum of $25,000 to $5,000 or a maximum of $5,000 to $10,000 for properties in these most egregious circumstances. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In fact, that $2,500 number was put in 25 years ago.
Okay, so.
And it also, on the second page of the bill, it creates another subsection for the multifamily where you actually get to the third. One of the clarifications that we've cleaned up in the top part of the bill, we could get from 1 violation to 2 violations, but you couldn't get from 2 to 3 because it changes the standard from the business to the person. So it harmonizes that part of the code, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are there others who want to indicate their support by weighing in?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Joel Andrus with Kemper Consulting on behalf of the Virginia Building and Code Officials Association. I'll keep it brief. This is a great tool for us to continue to go after those bad actors, particularly those in other states who have failed to comply time and time again. So we're supportive of this bill. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi.
Hi, Chairman, members of the committee. Laura Dobbs, Housing Opportunities Made Equal, and we support the bill.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brian Horn, Director, DHCD, and we support the bill.
Thank you. Is there any, there's a question from Senator Reeves for the commissioner?
Nope, for Senator Bagby.
Oh, for Senator Bagby.
Senator, where did you get the number 10 grand?
Say it again.
Where did you get the number 10 grand? It hadn't been
I
changed.
get that from the county.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Reeves, the 2,500 figure was put in 1999, and the other the $5,000 was in there at that point. We doubled those.
Mr. Chairman, why don't you put $25,000 to $40,000 and really get their attention? Maybe they'll pay attention.
I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to.
Mr. Chairman of the committee, if that's
I'd make it a friendly amendment. If the patron wants to go after them and stop that behavior, there's only one way you're going to get their attention, Mr. Chairman.
So this motion would just be for the second offense committed within a period of 5 to 10 years, or first you're increasing the multiple offenses from either a second offense to what amount, dollar amount?
Whatever the senator would seem to get their attention.
The committee seems open to a higher number within reason. No, you prefer the number you got?
I'm just at a zero.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy with the 40 or 50,000, and if we need to come back in the future to adjust that, I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll work with the patron. And
okay, Senator Reeves is going to work with this on a floor amendment rather than a committee amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then is there anyone opposed to this bill? Okay. There's a motion and a second to report Senate Bill 538. Please indicate your preference on the electronic voting board. And does Senator Carol Foy leave a proxy? No?
Ayes 14, no 0.
Okay.
I thank the committee. I hope you enjoy your supper.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, Senator Stanley is up next if he's okay. Thank you for bearing with us.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senate Bill 684, I believe there's a substitute. We submitted edits.
There's a substitute for Senate Bill 6. I don't see a substitute for Senate Bill 684. Do we have one, Council? Okay, so it is now online. Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt the substitute online for Senate Bill 684. Please indicate your support by saying aye. Aye. Or opposition. Okay, so substitutes before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is a kind of a different take on how we protect the identities and the safeties of our children online. It's the Online Children's Safety Protection Act. You know, looking at the way Senator Suderline's bill was, I could see why we might have some issues. So I went with some of the stakeholders and we sat and we talked and we looked at the ways different states are handling this, and we kind of came up with this this measure which tries to put it upon the service provider, the operator, that within 2 years of any new online service, they must complete a data protection impact assessment for online service, their products, features, and any feature that would be likely accessed by a child. They would have to then take everything into account, and it would be proprietary and secret in nature, but it could be accessed with a reasonable request from the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It would not be subject to FOIA, and it would be considered attorney-client privilege, so it would not be, as it is proprietary, subject to disclosure anywhere else. Now, these data protection impact assessments, it's basically for them to review the manner in which the online service or product would use one of our children's in the Commonwealth of Virginia's data. It's designed, if it's designed in a manner consistent with the best interest of the child, which of course is a standard that we have here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and the best interest of a child who's reasonably likely to access the online service. In making those determinations in the data protection impact assessments, they look at certain features which are found in the bill under 59.1605, a systematic description of the anticipated processing operations and purposes, assessments of the necessity and proportionality of the processing operations in relation to that processing, an assessment of the risks to the rights and freedoms of a child, and the measures anticipated that the company would take to address those risks, including safeguard security measures and mechanisms to ensure that protection of the personal data and to demonstrate compliance with the chapter. Additionally, there are prohibitions in the lower part under 59.1606 on certain actions by these, what we called covered entities, but when we adopted the substitute, we got rid of the use of covered entities and just used operators. So one, no operator basically that provides those online services reasonably likely to be accessed by a child would prevent the use of personal data of a child likely to access. And that it's only when the operator knows that such access is likely to result in a high risk to the child on the basis of data protection and the impact assessments that they've already done. They cannot profile a child by default if profiling has been identified as high risk to the child on the basis of data protection impact assessment that they've previously put together. And it goes on and on, collecting and retaining that information. I was reading in the New York Times, there are conservatives that do read the New York Times, I'm one of them, that last year, $14 billion in advertising revenue was generated from this kind of collection to children. That's not right. We can't let people profiteer off of our children. And so what it does is it does not allow the collection, selling, or processing or retaining the precise geolocation information of a child by default, unless there's a compelling reason to do so. And they can't use dark patterns to knowingly lead or encourage a child to provide personal data. They can't track that precise geolocation information without providing notice regarding the tracking. And then there's a part which is the enforcement, which allows the Attorney General to have enforcement provisions. What we're trying to do here, and I worked with a stakeholder, I don't know if they're here or not, but we're trying a different approach. This is an approach that's being utilized here in Pennsylvania. Ours is modified a bit. But what we're trying to do is not make it so draconian, but actually create some collaboration between, let's say, the operator provider of that service, make them do the data threat assessment, and then take actions on their own. So it's up to them to really police themselves through this more often than not. And if need be, the state can step in where necessary and only in those times where we deem it to be proper. And that's the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, are there questions for Senator Stanley before we turn to testimony from those in support and opposition? Senator Subramaniam.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Will the patron, does the patron know if other states are doing something similar, or like what other states are doing in comparison to this?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is this is working its way through the Pennsylvania legislature and has support. But other than that, I'm unaware. And this is not identical, but highly similar.
So
plagiaristic even.
This bill also takes it to 18 rather than the 13 at the federal level. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, I'd say yes.
Okay. Are there those online or those in person who want to testify for this in support? Please come forward. Okay, anyone against it in the room here?
The ambivalence gives me hope, I guess.
No, you've got to take her.
Oh.
Rafferty.
Yes.
Oh, for God's sake.
Elizabeth Rafferty here on behalf of the Northern Virginia Technology Council. This bill is charting all new territory in this space. When we implemented the Consumer Data Protection Act, we spent a year studying it prior to doing it. Doing something this holistic and overarching, we should look at for a year. I would offer again that we send this to JCOTS. I'd also just like to add, I know this is on the House side, but Delegate Hayes did put in a budget amendment for about $500,000 to staff up and support JCOTS this year. So that would be helpful just in terms of having some policy staff and research staff there.
Thank you. Okay. Next.
Sorry, sir.
Brief.
If you could be brief.
Hello, I'm Alon Shawn-Combs. I'm a Director of State and Local Public Policy from Chamber of Progress. My organization is opposed to this bill for a number of reasons. I would also like to note that the Pennsylvania bill that the sponsor mentioned has been opposed by a number of public interest groups, including LGBT Tech, the Woodhull Freedom Foundation, the ACLU, and the Pennsylvania Youth Congress, as well as our own. We worry that this bill, due to vague definitions around what websites are likely to be accessed by children and a vague definition around high risk to children could lead to platforms over-moderating content for users and it would force platforms to ultimately have to take off much content, not just for children, but for everyone on the internet. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Daniel Davies on behalf of the Family Foundation. We do support the bill and appreciate Senator Stanley and the work he's put into trying to find a path forward for this, and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Margaret Durkin, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Good evening, Chairman Eben and members of the committee. As mentioned previously, my name is Margaret Durkin with TechNet. TechNet is opposed to Senate Bill 684 for a lot of the concerns that were previously articulated. Most notably, we are concerned about the vagueness of definitions such as best interests of children and likely to be accessed by children. The bill conflicts with COPPA and overall assumes a lot and puts a lot of liability on different companies without offering guidance. And to note, the Pennsylvania bill, it is an introduced bill in Pennsylvania, but it is still in committee and has not fully gone through the process and hasn't been vetted in front of its House committee. So for the aforementioned reasons, we are opposed to. Thank you.
Okay, so we have, I guess we have two other folks waiting in line to testify. If you could identify yourself and brevity would be welcome.
Zach Lilly, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing if not brief. Thank you, Senators. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again. SB 684 falls into similar traps as previous bills as it pursues online safety at the expense of free expression. The bill represents a prior restraint on speech when the government attempts to deter or prevent speech it does not like. These have been routinely struck down by the Supreme Court. In fact, my organization, NetChoice, has sued California for nearly identical prior restraint provisions in their age-appropriate design code. When the judge ruled in our favor and blocked the law from being enforced, she said the First Amendment prohibits prior restraints on speech, including state action designed to deputize private actors to serve as censors by proxy. And that is essentially what the bill here does. So for those reasons, we are opposed to the legislation.
Thank you.
Kara Bender, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Hi, good evening, Chair Eben and members of the committee. I'm Kara Bender, State Policy Director with the Computer and Communications Industry Association. While we support online protections for younger users, unfortunately, we believe this approach will be counterproductive in attempting to achieve that goal for a number of the reasons that have already been stated, including conflicting with federal law, raising issues regarding free online expression and First Amendment rights, and also the age estimation requirements are pretty vague, and that could require additional collection of data, which would conflict with data minimization principles. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, and the committee's in receipt of your comprehensive letter of opposition. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I
yes,
may just one
Senator
response.
Stanley.
In the Code of Virginia, the best interest of the child is codified. It is not some vague definition. We have been utilizing that in determining custody awards, visitation awards, protection of children. It is nothing that is vague. And I will just close by saying this. We're going to have to do something. And, you know, what we have is maybe a one-sided conversation with the bill last year and Senator Suderline's bill. We've got to put this all together and say, how do we protect our children? We should not, they're our greatest natural resource, and we should not let them be taken advantage of. Especially, remember, as a government, we're trying to catch up to this technology. We can't just say, well, it's the Wild Wild West and let it go. We have an obligation to our children, and it's affecting them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there further discussion or motions from members?
Mr. Chair, motion.
Yes, Senator Rome.
Mr. Chair, to put in the same posture as Senator Suderline's bill and Senator McDougal's bill, I motion that we carry the bill over to 2025 with a letter to JCOTS with a due date of November 1st so that we can effectuate any legislation based on recommendations from JCOTS.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. The committee will vote on the electronic voting board.
Thanks, Chris.
Ayes 8, noes 6, 1 abstention.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Stanley. Okay.
Thanks, Congressman. I appreciate it.
I think we've finally arrived at the time for committee members' bills. Thank you. Who would like to present their? Oh, okay, I've got Senator Locke and then Senator McPike. Okay, why don't we just get a list going with the.
I got one. People here. You can pick one if you want to. I don't care.
Senator Locke.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have Senate Bill 636. I don't have any substitutions. Okay. Senate Bill 636 will establish a pilot program to make electroencephalogram EEG-driven combined transcranial magnetic stimulation available for veterans, current and former first responders, law enforcement officers, and agents of the Department of Defense and the Central Intelligence Agency for up to 8 treatment sites within the Commonwealth of Virginia. The team of providers is comprised of experts and patent holders in EEG-driven ETMS technology, all experienced in project management, training, and clinical practices with past success working together to provide ETMS services to veterans, active duty military, first responders, law enforcement, and persons with mental health, substance use disorders, traumatic brain injury, and chronic pain. Currently, the providers are treating veterans in Ohio and in Missouri and bring extensive clinical treatment protocols into this area. SB 636 will allow for a pilot program to be developed for a statewide Virginia EEG-driven ETMS program in support of the missions of the Virginia Veterans Services, Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Services, and Virginia Office of Public Safety and Homeland Security. Here to explain the program and its impact on the veteran community in more detail is former Army Ranger Brandon Solo with Wave Neuro, located in Virginia Beach.
Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. My name is Brandon Solo. I was born and raised in Virginia. Grew up in Chantilly, Fairfax, Virginia. Went to Virginia Tech. After 9/11, decided I wanted to go into the military, so I went into special operations, put my hat in the ring, see if I could make it. Got assigned to 1st Ranger Battalion, did my deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, like everybody else during that time. I was medically retired in 2011 for combat injuries and illnesses. That's why I wear my shirt untucked. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the committee. But after I was transitioning out of 1st Ranger Battalion, I was the non-commissioned officer in charge down at 1st Ranger Battalion, and we had lost 6 Rangers. So SOCOM had reached out to me, the Special Operations Chain of Command, and asked me if I wanted to move back to Virginia to work with the Navy SEALs in Virginia Beach to develop their Wounded, Ill, Injured, and Performance platform. So what did that mean? One of my jobs was to advocate for these $20 million SEALs to keep them on the battlefield. My other role was to find technologies that were up and coming that we could implement through the force. The technology we're talking about today, I checked into the command in 2011. In 2014, we were losing a bunch of Tier 1 operators to the VA polytrauma model. All of our men or operators had traumatic brain injuries. They had sleep issues because we work at night, so whether you believe in God or evolution, you have to be able to sleep. From that, our men had anxiety and depression issues that they couldn't raise their hands for, and then you add in 8 to 14 combat deployments, and we had a recipe for disaster. I don't care how tough they say you are. So we found this technology in 2014. We vetted it for 6 months at the SEAL team. Took all the doctors out there, the people that are way smarter than me, all of our PAs. We vetted it, and we started sending our most severe cases out there. We sent 12 of our Tier 1 SEALs, guys with sleep issues, sweating the bed. One guy shortlisted for the Medal of Honor. All of these guys came back from treatment sleeping 6 to 8 hours a night. It's not why we sent them out there, but that was a big aha moment for us. All these 12 guys weaned off all their medications on their own. One guy cold turkeyed his SSRIs, which you can't do, so the command surgeon had to be involved. But from that point, we reached down to SOCOM, the Special Operations Chain of Command in 2015, told Captain Coda what we were doing. He sent some Green Berets with the same results. So where are we now? Currently, we're at some of the tiered units in the military. We are at the Air Force right now utilizing this technology. We're up the street at Fort Eustis, about an hour away. The big Army's adopted the technology. But where it gets really interesting, about 5 years ago, Senator Frank Hoagland up in Ohio, a retired SEAL, reached out and said, hey, what are you guys doing down there in Virginia Beach that everybody's doing? So the state of Ohio has had this technology for 5 years. It's a state-run program. We have the data. It's been presented out. We have 7 locations. We've treated 260 veterans at this point. And here's where things get really, really interesting. One, every month we go to the Senate and the House and we present the data. So every month they're getting that data so you know where your money's going and the results you're getting. Number two, because the treatment is not cookie cutter, we're treating for sleep, traumatic brain injury, depression, opioid abatement, or opioid abuse, substance abuse, and we're getting a 50% response rate on all of those things. It's one treatment, all of these different things, and I know that makes people's heads grow, like, hey, how does this work? From the work we're doing in Ohio, Missouri reached out to us last year. They have a location up, they have a bill out. They have a 60-person wait list right now, so they're moving forward on a second location. I'm working with another southern state right now to get it in the budget. I just don't want to put that out here yet, but things are going incredibly well. I'll end it on this. You know, I've been banging my head against the wall probably since I raised my hand to go serve. And I brought this up in the caucus meeting this morning, but I have a phone full of, you know, men and women that didn't die because of combat. My wife tells me all the time, take it out of your phone. You don't need those numbers. And I won't do it, right? Since 2014, I've sent over 200 men and women who have served. About 20% of them were suicidal or, you know, what we call gun in the mouth. Since that point, my N of 200, I've had not one single person take their own life. So the results speak for themselves. We'd love to share the Ohio data with you and do the same thing for our veterans, first responders, and 3 other agencies here in the state of Virginia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Can I ask one question? So this technology or this treatment, is it receive any federal funds as well, or is it just state funds?
It has not. So we have an FDA trial that was at SOCOM, and now it's at Texas A&M in the second phase of that trial, so it's still DOD funds. It's state initiative for Ohio, Missouri, then a southern state. So no, it has not been federally funded yet, sir.
Okay. For members of the committee, this is on the list for finance. So if it's to report it, the motion would be to report and we refer to finance.
Any opposition?
Is there any opposition to this legislation?
Move to report and we refer to finance.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you. I know it's been a long night.
Okay, so indicate your preference on the electronic voting board, please. Okay.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Thank you. Be safe.
Okay, thank you. Next on my list is Senator McPike. I know there were some witnesses that were waiting to speak as well for this bill, I guess. Senator McPike, do you know your bill number?
247.
So we'll direct our attention to Senate Bill 247.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This is a displaced worker law, Mr. Chairman. What it does is sets out a framework where when we transition contracts, often we have workers that are from parking attendants to those cleaning buildings to servicing buildings and so many other important roles. Mr. Chairman, you like me, we probably see the same parking attendant for 20 years, become friends, et cetera. They're subject to change of contracts, unfortunately. And this displaced worker bill is a framework to allow for those workers to have an opportunity with the next employer. It's of no fault of their own that a contract is shifted. And so what it does, Mr. Chairman, is sets out a transition between contract periods where for 30 days, the outgoing contractor provides a list of the names of employees as they transition to the new one. And through a 90-day period, Mr. Chairman, they have a period of which they can still be terminated for just cause, just like a normal process. But it establishes also the new company, if they have a different methodology, if they have any sort of means that have a different required reduction based on what they proposed in the contract, they're still allowed to do that. And so it really is about being worker friendly to make sure that someone that is dependent on a location, and frankly, I know several, that based on commute times, in other words, this is a choice for them, even if they worked there for 10 or 20 years, it's employment or not. It's that important. Some people do not drive. Some people walk to work and other methods that are close by. And it really is location and facility dependent. And so I think there are many stories like that, Mr. Chairman. That is the overall bill. Right now, it's really narrowed down to sort of public procurement, but I think someone has an amendment or substitute, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think what we should do is start with the testimony of those who are in support, and then we'll hear from committee members if they have an amendment.
I think there's an amendment first, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to? Okay.
Yes, so
Senator
I
Carol
would
Foy.
like to first thank the senator for bringing forth this bill. It goes very far as our displaced workers. However, I hope to make an amendment and to do it in concept, because there's a number of things that I think we can do to make this bill even better and stronger. The first would be, I would like to have this bill not just apply to the public sector, but to the private as well. So I know on line 5, remove public contracting. I would also like to remove references to building. And so we want to make sure we can expand this to airport and food service workers as well. So changing building service employees to service employees, so it can encompass more people who need more protections. Also, have the bill apply to all forms of employer change. And then finally, this bill would be more appropriate under the local government powers code section, because this bill is going to give local government control to enact displaced worker provisions. And so I hope that the patron sees this as a friendly amendment and that he would be agreeable to this because we know that when there are transitions from employers, we want to protect those workers. We want to protect the people who get up every day and work hard, because domestic work is hard work. And I think this will go very far to ensuring there's certainty, there's consistency, and that our employees are protected.
Okay, so just to be clear, these are amendments in concept that we don't have, council does not yet have a copy of. And the first was to change on line 5 to eliminate public contracting to apply to all business building service employees. And then you wanted to remove the word building on line 18, so it would be all service employees. Is that right?
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, there are multiple references to building for building service employees and have that just say service employees, so we can,
Throughout the bill.
that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure council is clear on this, because, and request for next week, that if anyone has amendments to their bills next week, that they submit them in advance, ideally to council, so that we can have them before the committee in writing. Okay, council, do you get those concepts? Okay, great. Okay, is there more, Senator McPike, or do you want to have your witnesses speak?
I think we can move the amendment.
I'd like to move the amendment.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to amend the bill in concept as described. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So we now have this slightly broader bill. Would you like to have we have some supporters here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can we limit our spoken testimony is 2.5 minutes per side? Are you able to be brief? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Chairman Edmund, Senator McPike, Senator Locke, Senator Rouse, Senator Arid, Senator Van Valkenburg, Senator Rome, and Senator Sabramiam.
We got this side too. So.
And Senator Carol Foy. These are the names of the senators. Good evening to all of you, though. But these are the senators who will decide whether commercial workers like me should be protected from unjustified and wrongful termination that results through no fault of our own. My name is Angela Arrington. I live in Richmond. I'm a lead janitor for SSC, and I'm a proud SEIU 32BJ member. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 247. Last January, I had a heart attack and had to go back to work after just 1 week because I couldn't afford any more time off. That was because I wasn't a union member yet. This was because I wasn't a union. When I became a union member, my pay increased. I got paid holidays, I got paid sick days, and I no longer lost my days off. Now my union protects me. The union is literally a lifesaver. If a new company comes in, I could lose all of that. I'd be left to try to find a new job overnight. I'm 58 years old. I've raised 5 kids. I've worked hard my whole life, and I've moved up the ladder so that I could have more opportunities. All of this will be at risk if we aren't given protection. We are an essential part of our community, and we deserve to be treated like that. When you pass Senate Bill 247, you're telling essential workers like me that you believe we matter and that we're important. Frontline workers should not lose their jobs through no fault of their own just because there's a change in contractors. That's why the General Assembly should protect workers against this needless job insecurities by voting in favor of Senate Bill 247. And allowing local governments to pass displaced workers protection for cleaning, security, and airport workers like me. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, Jason Parker, Virginia State Building Construction Trades Council, Virginia AFL-CIO, we support. In 1340, we're my local union out of the IBW, we have service contract acts, and a lot of times new contractors will take over those employees. I think it's interesting with the substitution because a lot of times those are teams, and if the main contractor maybe would be affected by such an amendment, you'd have other like ancillary contractors that would also be part of that actual mission or the scope of the contract. So we support it, and a lot of times it would be done to break like a seniority list or whatever else, but mostly it caused chaos over the years that I saw, so I appreciate the time and we support.
Thank you. If there are others, if you could be brief, maybe everyone who's in support of this might want to stand. Just indicate your support. Okay, thank you for being here. And those who wanted to identify themselves really briefly, please do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Keith Jackson. I live in Richmond as well. I work as a lead janitor over at VCU. I'm also a proud member of 32BJ SEIU. I'm going to just reinforce some of the things that was already said. This bill is very important. It affects real families. And we're asking that you pass this bill, Senate Bill 247, to allow the critical legislation to be passed and local governments to be able to pass critical legislation for displaced worker protections. It'll be a lifesaver for hardworking people like myself, others with me, for men and women in cleaning and security in our airports. And we're just asking that members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, you do right by the families of hardworking people.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so those are the proponents. Was there anyone online waiting to speak in favor of this bill? Okay. And those who have another view on this bill, those opposed, please come forward. Okay. Hi.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Nicole Brenner with Reed Smith on behalf of the Virginia Chamber of Commerce. As introduced, I would have already been here to say that the legislation was extremely broad and had offered amendments to ensure that it was tied to public bodies and public contracts. I understand that the committee is considering going in a different direction, and so I just want to oppose on the grounds that we think this will be unduly burdensome on the employers in Virginia. What this legislation would contemplate is keeping all of your current employees and the employees for any contract that you are taking over. Also, as drafted, any member of this committee can be an awarding authority. And so if you are changing the groundskeeping contract for your home, your lawn care company will have to hire all of the employees from your prior lawn care company. I would ask that we take more careful consideration over this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your points, for your testimony. Then I do want to point out this bill is now broadened from this committee's normal jurisdiction of public contracting to include public and private employees. And I had a request that if it was dealing with private employers, that we take it to Commerce and Labor. We're going to hear testimony, and the motion would be, if we keep it as amended, would be to report and refer to Commerce and Labor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Ralston King with Virginia Auto Dealers Association. We've got over 35,000 employees here in Virginia. As Nicole mentioned, certainly problematic for us as we have a variety of different contractors and subcontractors within our dealerships, and to kind of have those folks who end up getting hired from one contract to another, that would be extremely problematic, and the onus would be on the dealership under that situation. So we oppose the measure. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Zach Lemaster with Gentry Law Consulting here on behalf of Northern Virginia Apartment Association, and we also oppose the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bisma Ahmed with the Apartment and Office Building Association and the Virginia Apartment Management Association. For the reasons mentioned before, we also oppose the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mary Lawson with the Virginia Realtors, and for the reasons previously stated, we also oppose the bill.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Troy Garrett with the Virginia Association of Housing and Community Development Officials. We also have to oppose the bill as it's written.
Welcome.
Julia Hammond on behalf of the National Federation of Independent Business, and we oppose the bill as well.
Okay. Okay, are there questions from members of the committee for Senator McPike or for Senator Carol Foy on the amendment? Senator Reeves.
Senator McPike, I'm trying to understand, just a straight up question. What if you're replacing the employees because the performance from the previous company sucked and you didn't want them? And now I got to hire the same people back. Explain that to me.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd answer the senator that this provision still lays out a process for termination of just cause. And frankly, if the prior company hadn't fired the employees for performance issues, the contractor should be fired as well.
The just cause language in the bill, line 46, is it? Okay.
Yeah, line 46, 45 through 46. I'm 46I for just cause.
Thank you.
and/or as a part of reduction in forces based on the new contract terms. And, Mr. Chairman, I'll just remind for the committee, it is a local option, not
This is a local
not
option.
a statewide mandate. It's a
Yeah.
local option.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Senator von Valkenburg.
Question for Senator McPike. I guess the thing that I'm having a hard time with, well, there's a couple things. The thing I'm having a hard time with, if we're looking at sections 5 and 6, I think that's maybe 4, 5, 6. So if I live in a building that employs people, we get rid of the contractor that does it, we bring in a new contractor who has their own employees, but if they took the contract for my building, they'd then have to hire these other employees. But what if they don't have the resources and money, and would that do harm to my business? So it's late at night, pardon me. So if I'm the contractor, why would I want to bid on the contract to run Senator Evans' home or his apartment complex if I know that I'm going to have to grow my workforce by however many people and I maybe can't afford? I don't understand that.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator McPike.
To answer the gentleman, a lot of times these contracts, they have to hire up. Typically, you don't have a whole workforce waiting for one contract to shift over anyway. You see this in DoD contracts. You see it in many other contracts existing through the federal government service right now, that a lot of this already happens. It's providing a framework to ensure that there's fairness to workers. It was not their fault that a contract got lost and shifted, but yet they're dedicated to the service facilities. And so yes, theoretically, you could have employed 50 people sitting around. That might not be a good business model, and then win the contract. But typically, in the ramp up of award pre-30 days, you're doing the ramp up, the hiring, the rest of it. What this does is says, hey, wait a second, give these people a shot first. These folks, through the 90-day transition period, to make sure they've got a bite at the apple. And they prove their worth, they prove the mettle, they keep the job.
But Mr. Chair.
Performance-wise, they don't.
Yes,
They get terminated.
Senator von Valkenburg.
I mean, I take your point, but that's certainly not going to be every business. I mean,
Okay. Other questions? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Move to report as amended and move to report substitute and I guess it's the amended. All right, move to report as amended and re-refer to Commerce and Labor.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other comments? If not. Okay. We will. The motion is to report and re-refer to Commerce and Labor. We'll go ahead and vote on the electronic voting board.
Ayes 8, noes 7.
Okay, that bill is reported and referred to Commerce and Labor. I told Senator Jordan, who's got some witnesses here, that we would take her next on Senate Bill 554. This is a reciprocal licensing bill for wastewater works operators and waterworks operators.
Yes,
T4.
sir. I must say that your committee is much more pleasant than court, sir. Today before you have Senate Bill 554, and we do have a substitute that I believe everyone may have received.
Okay, so there's an amendment in the nature of a substitute for 554. Is there a motion to adopt that substitute? Okay, and it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of adopting the substitute will please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the substitute is before us.
Thank you, and I can briefly explain the substitute, what it does. So we restored the for at least 3 years for universal licensing because there was a concern there. We also, on line 46, we removed architects, professional engineers, land surveyors, and interior designers and landscape architects. So we kept it to just a couple different skill sets and certifications in hopes that some of the other boards that are listed will review those at a later date. So let me go over what the bill does and why we brought it. Sir, and I'll be brief because I know the hour's late and I know everyone's hungry. So Senate Bill 544 is really intended to be a workforce bill. Oftentimes we have, especially younger people that get certified in neighboring states especially, and for them to return to Virginia currently, there necessitates a 3-year minimum experience. And so therefore what the hope is, if anyone has a child that's certified in a neighboring state that did not maybe get into a Virginia college but would like to return home, this bill will hopefully be able to remove that barrier. And if they'd like to return home to their families and to Virginia where they love, this will allow them with their certification that is equal to or greater than the experience of a Virginia certification they would be able to return. Neighboring states in this definition are defined as the District of Columbia, Maryland, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, or West Virginia, for those that might ask. And this would be very specific to a couple different career backgrounds. And this was originally brought to me by one of my localities because the bottom...
You repeat that was brought by whom?
It was requested by one of my localities, the city of Suffolk, and it's unlike, it's not unlike what many other localities experience, especially those in Hampton Roads. We are very, very close to the North Carolina border, and there's a ton of experience of people that would like to work in Virginia. And so this bill, as it's brought and been amended, will allow many people that are just over the state line, if they have like certifications to Virginia, to be able to enter into employment if the board so allows, and as long as they're in good standing and have no current demerits on their record, to be able to practice their certification in Virginia. So I do have those to testify on the bill, and I'd love to take any questions of the committee as well.
Sure. And before we hear your testimony, is someone from DPOR in the room? If we could hear if you have a position on the bill. I notice it says that it would recognize valid professional or occupational licenses or government certification in our neighboring states if there's similar scope of practice as determined by the board in the Commonwealth, if they're in good standing. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So DPOR does not have a position on the bill, but the language there, as determined by the board, that was something that we did speak with the senator about, and that gives the boards the ability that they have now to determine whether the scope of practice is equivalent.
Okay. And Senator, you have some witnesses who are here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Mindy Carlin here on behalf of the city of Suffolk. We did ask Senator Jordan to bring this forward. We're having a real challenge staffing waterworks operators, licensed waterworks operators, and so we are hopeful that this will help just remove some of the barriers for these folks that we need. I know the situation's not unique to Suffolk, and we're grateful for the bill. We'd urge support.
The same issue with real estate appraisers and real estate board?
Mr. Chair, our challenges are related to waterworks operators.
Okay.
We have no issue no position one
So
way
on
or
line
the other.
46, is real estate board, is that existing code or? You added it. Okay, can we hear why? Is that also a challenge?
So actually, once I undertook their issue for the city of Suffolk, I noticed there were several other content areas. And so I had in originally landscape architects, engineers. I met with them. They're going to work with their board to come up with some remedies, so I struck them. I did reach out to the realtors, and they didn't have any opposition at that time to the bill as it was stated at that time. And so I opted to keep those in because I think any time that we have someone from a neighboring state that may move here to no fault of their own or would like to relocate to the Commonwealth, if they're a neighboring state, especially in areas like the DMV, if you have someone just over the line in, Maryland to Virginia or DC to Virginia, this is just going to allow people to do business or practice in Virginia with ease.
Okay. And I just want to ask counsel, the substitute for this bill it's germane to the original introduced bill, right?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in opposition to this legislation?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Senator Van Valkenburg, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just late, I think. Can you just, who is included in this bill for the reciprocity? Could you just real quick highlight again? I'm sorry if I missed it.
Mr. Chair, Senator Van Valkenburg, those that are included in the bill are, and the substitute are wastewater treatment and sewage operators and real estate appraisers and realtors. Yeah, it's online, 46 through 50, I believe. 46, 47.
Are the realtors still here? Is Aaron here or someone from the realtors? Okay. I was just curious if they're having a problem and if our real estate qualifications are different in Virginia with following Virginia real estate law compared to our neighboring states. If
It
that
would be, Mr. Chair, for this bill, they would have to meet or exceed Virginia's current
Okay.
standards. So there would not be reciprocity, would have to, meet or exceed.
Okay, Aaron, just wanted to ask, this bill would allow the Real Estate Appraiser Board and the Real Estate Board to allow people without examination immediately recognize the licenses or certificates issued by a neighboring state as a fulfillment of qualifications for licensure in the Commonwealth if the person holds a similar license without pending investigations.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Do we have any unique qualifications for realtors in Virginia or real estate appraisers that would make this a bad idea, or is it?
So it's my understanding, Mr. Chair, that this bill is very similar to the universal licensing bill that passed last year, and the realtors were included in that. And then it's my understanding that the real estate board, they allow universal licensing, but they've added to the regulations would require an outside realtor to also meet the additional requirements here.
Okay, so it would allow them to make sure that they have the Virginia knowledge they need.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I can say for the waterworks, we do need those contractors in the real estate transactions, especially in the southwest part of the state. We are always having a shortage of those contractors. So I don't know why
Okay.
they were left out of universal licensing last year, but it would be a good thing to include them.
Okay, are there, Senator Van Valkenburg?
All right, can I ask another question?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're saying that they have to have comparable scope of practice, right? So we're saying that they have to meet kind of the Virginia standard. Why are we just saying for these 5 states? Why aren't we saying for the whole country? I'm feeling like I'm channeling my inner Senator Reeves right now. I'm like, let's just triple the fine. For real though, if we're saying it's comparable, I mean, why are we limiting it? By the way, we don't have to derail this conversation. We can just pass it as it is and talk about this later.
Okay, that's perhaps another bill.
Yeah, that might be another bill.
That was a motion.
Mr. Chairman, have motion.
Okay, I heard a motion to report. Is
Thank
your
you.
motion different?
Nope, second.
Okay, there's a motion to report in a second. Unless there's further discussion, we can go ahead and vote on the electronic voting board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This
Thank
is
you. And that was your only bill?
moratorium in courts.
Okay. So next, I had Senator Carol Floyd. Did you have another bill? You want to? Okay, we want to proceed. Next week. Senator Carol Floyd, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Senate Bill 647, Responsible Bidder Apprenticeships. Before I begin, I believe I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Is there a substitute?
Motion and a second to adopt an amendment in the nature of a substitute. I don't.
Was that for
I don't think there is. This is the Procurement Act apprenticeship. I don't have it listed here.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. There's no amendment to be moved.
Okay, so we've got it straight up then,
Yes.
647.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is a bill to address the construction industry shortage. On February 3rd, 2023, the Association of Building Contractors reported that the construction industry would need to attract approximately 456,000 workers because we have one of the largest construction worker shortages in the modern golden age of American construction. Virginia enjoys a robust portfolio of construction opportunities, not only with the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure deal that will bring down millions of dollars from the federal government for infrastructure projects, but also the construction on federal bases and facilities, I-64 expansion mega project, increasing diversity and need for power generation and transmission, the relocation of professional sports team arenas and stadiums and casinos potentially. And so with the great economic driver of these businesses coming to Virginia, all it does is increase the necessity to have more construction workers. In 2023, House Bill 2195 and Senate Bill 1470 were enacted, and this law reorganizes workforce development to recognize the need to streamline, measure, and mitigate specific labor needs in the Commonwealth. And one of the major goals was to create more apprenticeships. The governor has also stated his interest in increasing the amount of apprenticeships in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We know that apprenticeships is the best earn while you learn, college, quote unquote. We acknowledge that we want to reward businesses that implement apprenticeships and encourage others to implement apprenticeships as well. So what this bill does is level the playing field. The responsible contracting policy on apprenticeships makes for a level playing field for the most conscientious contractors. This level playing field means better quality training, careers, and projects for the taxpayers in Virginia. So my bill, what it does is that on public construction projects, use apprenticeship programs to train their workers, that all contractors on public construction projects have given their workers safety training equal to the standards of OSHA, and that contractors on public projects cannot have a record of violating local, state, and federal laws. So this is an issue that we know is very prevalent. It's something that across the board in a bipartisan fashion, we all know that we need more people in the construction field, and this is a great way to get there with the apprenticeship program.
Thank you. So to boil it down, it requires that at least 12.5% of total labor hours of construction be performed by individuals registered with and enrolled in approved apprenticeship program, and this is just on public body
yes.
buildings for them.
And it's construction only.
Okay. Are there questions that members of the committee have? Okay. Are there those that want to state their support? If you could be brief.
Jason Parker, Virginia State Building Construction Trades Council. You know, we come a long way with trying to get workforce development done. When you talk about an apprenticeship, you've got to always recognize the 2,000 annual on-the-job training hours. Because if you don't have that, you don't have the earn while you learn model. And so what's happening right now is there's like a engine of WIOA grants going out trying to stand up apprenticeships, but we need to be a partner with our capital projects to make sure that those apprenticeships actually have hours. We need to partner with industry to make sure that that happens. Otherwise, you just have a class, a certification, and you don't actually develop the tradespeople you need for the future. You know, when you think about re-domiciling a lot of industry, manufacturing from around the world, you're going to need the workforce to build that. And what the good news is those construction workers are really a good group of people who then man those.
I just want to point, you're going to lose one of your yes votes in a moment, the longer, because we have
yes.
a limited clock. Okay, so if you just
Mr.
want to
Chairman,
say,
we appreciate that.
If
Yes,
you just want to identify yourself with your support, unless you have something really compelling, you might lose a vote. Who's got to leave the room in a few moments?
Chairman, members of the committee, Jason Asher with the Mid-Atlantic Pipe Trades, representing the United Association of Plumbers and Steam Fitters, and we've been working with the Senate on this bill. We'd like you to support it.
Thanks. If you just want to state your name, if you're in support or your organization, that'd be great.
Gilberto Rosales. I am a carpenter and a local resident. I just want to say that it's really important for communities to have apprentices, local apprentices, because at the end of the day, that will bring more skilled labor in the communities and better finished quality buildings.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Charles Kelly, Richmond Building and Construction Trades. We support this bill.
Neil Kelly, proud pipefitter, local number 10. Thank y'all for listening because we're supporting this.
Hello, Lou Spencer, UA Local 5 Plumbers and Gas Fitters. We have 60 contractors and 1,900 members operating throughout Northern Virginia. We support apprenticeship. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for being here in your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Slayman, for indicating your support.
Chairman, distinguished members, thank you. We support the bill,
Okay.
IBW 26.
Senator, we're starting to lose our committee.
No worries.
Let's just take the testimony. We may have to defer this till next week. Is there anyone in opposition today? Please come forward and state your opposition. I think after this bill, we're going to have to recess till next week, but we'd like to take your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Phil Abraham representing the Old Dominion Highway Contractors. I've got three main concerns with the bill. First, it's a dramatic change from the current statute, which is only applicable to localities. It is permissive. This makes these requirements mandatory for all local and state bodies. It takes a one-size-fits-all approach to the apprenticeship requirement of 12.5%. My highway contractors, you didn't hear any of these representatives here today talking about road construction. We have a limited supply of apprentices. We don't object to the requirement in sub 2 at lines 22 and 23, where you have to demonstrate a history of participation in apprenticeship programs. We're using apprentices, but the 12.5% of your hours, I polled my members, we don't have a single member who can meet that requirement right now. The other problem you have is the applicability of this to subcontractors. We use subcontractors who have no apprenticeship programs available to them. For example, a pavement marking company. They don't have apprentices, but this bill would require that 12.5% of the hours of all your subcontractors that you have to show a history of that. It also would allow people who are not pre-qualified to be a responsible bidder, and I don't understand why we would want to have people who don't have the capability, as the code requires in all respects, to perform fully the contract requirements. Thank you.
Remaining folks, if you want to just state your name and whatever else you have to add that's compelling and quick.
Julia Hammond on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors. Following with Phil's comments, we agree, but I'm also curious as to, it says any invitation to bid, not just construction projects, so on behalf of NFIB, we'd also have concerns.
Thank you.
Brandon Robinson, Associated General Contractors of Virginia. Appreciate the Senator identifying a huge issue with construction. We agree. Apprenticeships are a great way, but tying and requiring apprenticeships for companies to build construction, to build buildings is, we would oppose it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Rob Bohannon on behalf of the Virginia Transportation Construction Alliance, similar to the concerns Mr. Abraham outlined with road construction. One thing, again, we support apprenticeships. The 12.5% is very high for us. One of the big things is too with road construction, VDOT does not allow folks under 18 on the roadways due to the danger of the situation. So that reduces the amount of apprenticeships also that you would normally have maybe for other industries. Thanks.
Thank you. And I guess you're up.
Mr. Chair, Joanne Maxwell from VDOT. Just very briefly, we have similar concerns with the legislation. Where our primary concern is that legislation seems to extend beyond construction, and so there are numerous types of disciplines and services that don't have apprenticeship programs at all. So that's a key concern of ours, as well as the percentage that's listed in the bill.
Thank you. I think this completes the testimony on SB 647. I'm going to ask that we defer it further till next week.
Before you do that, Mr. Chair, I just want to say that
Sure.
In the bill, I'm more than happy to strike the language involving VDOT. It would have been appreciative if they would have expressed their concerns in advance. I wasn't given that privilege or that luxury, but I'm fine with striking VDOT from the language of the bill.
And is it your intent to limit it to just construction?
Just construction, yes.
Okay. So I would just suggest to members there are 11 bills that we're carrying over from this hearing to next week, plus our remaining docket. If you have any amendments in the nature of substitute or amendments, I would ask that you get with council before Monday. Try to do it by Monday. Would make it a lot easier and smoother for our last meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator McPike.
We also welcome people striking their bills.
Yeah, if you're, okay. With that, for now, the committee will rise.